And first off, we'll begin with introductions, and I'll just go as they are on my screen. So Senator Black.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Russ Black from Wilton. I represent Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec: Belgrade, Mount Vernon, Vienna, and Fayette. Thank you.
Representative Hall.
Good morning. Randy Hall from Wilton. Represent District 114 at 6 towns in southern Franklin County.
Representative Schofield.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Schofield, and I represent District 112. I live in the town of Weld, where it's a balmy minus 10 degrees this morning. And I represent 17 towns and townships in Franklin County and Somerset County.
Representative Osher.
Good morning. I'm Representative Lori Osher. I represent the majority of Orono, the home of the University of Maine.
You switched around here on me. When did you go? House Chair O'Neill.
Good morning. My name's Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco. Good to be back with you.
Representative Pluker.
Morning, I'm Bill Pluker. I represent Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95. Glad to be here.
Representative Landry.
Good morning, I'm Scott Landry. I represent District 113, the towns of Farmington and New Sharon.
Senator Maxman.
Hi there, I'm Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County plus Washington and Windsor.
Representative Underwood.
Good morning. Welcome to, I'm Joseph Underwood, District 147 in Presque Isle. Good to see everybody this morning.
Everybody wants to know the temperature up there, Representative Underwood.
It's about 15 to 20 below with a wind about 10 miles an hour.
Okay. A little nippy.
Yes, sir.
And I'm Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, which is Northern Penobscot County. And I'm the Senate chair of the committee. And our clerk is Cheryl McGowan, and Karen Netto is our analyst, and she'll be joining us for the public hearings here in a few minutes once we get to them. And again, I want to welcome everybody, and I ask everybody to keep your mics muted until we call on you. To unmute yourself and to speak at that time. And I hope, Cheryl, that we're live, ready to go. We are. She's nodding yes. So with that, I do have a script that I have to follow for nominations of folks for these positions. So without further ado, I will go into this. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Malcolm L. Hunter Jr. of Amherst for appointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board. Under the law and rules of the legislature, the committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation and denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the president of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor on her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Motion to confirm pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nomination. The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill to nominate Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make the nomination.
It has been moved that Malcolm J. Hunter of Amherst be appointed to the Land for Maine's Future Board. The chair now will recognize who's here? Melissa O'Neill Lowe to speak on behalf of the governor. Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is indeed Melissa A. O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Malcolm L. Hunter Jr., PhD, of Amherst as a member of the Land for Maine's Future Board. Land for Maine's Future Board can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title V, Chapter 10, Section 6204. The board consists of 9 members, 6 of whom are appointed by the governor. The remaining 3 members are the commissioners or their designees of marine resources, agriculture, conservation and forestry, and inland fisheries and wildlife. As you undoubtedly have read in all of Dr. Hunter's materials, his lifelong work here in Maine's natural resources and its one-of-a-kind landscape has proven through the years that he possesses a demonstrated commitment to our state's conservation goals and objectives and the required leadership skill set it takes in order to realize those goals and objectives that are essential to a new LMF board member. Dr. Hunter hails from Hancock County, a geographic region of our state currently underrepresented on LMF's board. He holds a BS in wildlife science from the University of Maine and a PhD in zoology from Oxford University. He has served on several of Maine's conservation advisory groups under several different administrations, including just a few that I'll highlight. Maine Forest Biodiversity Project, Maine Bureau of Public Lands, Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Non-Game Advisory Council, advisor for the Maine Bird and Amphibian Reptile, Maine Governor's Task Force on Management of Public Land as a Governor Baldacci appointment, Maine Natural Areas Program Advisory Board. The list goes on, too numerous to ignore or to continue going through. Dr. Hunter is an accomplished author of many publications, of which you likely saw in his impressive dealing with conservation and diversity.
Melissa, you frozen.
I'm frozen.
You were, yes. We missed those last couple of statements you made.
Oh, okay, I'll pick back
We
up.
kind of heard up through his accomplishments, and then
Okay.
after that, you started getting wonky.
Huh. State House must have some touchy internet today. So I listed some of the boards and advisory councils that Dr. Hunter has served on, and the list does go on. It's very too numerous to continue to ignore or to continue listing. Dr. Hunter is an accomplished author of many publications, of which you likely saw in his impressive CV, including many directly dealing with land conservation and how to maintain biodiversity in our forest ecosystems. Lastly, Dr. Hunter is a well-known professor of distinction for the University of Maine system, where he has been a professor in the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Conservation Biology since the late 1970s. It is for these reasons outlined here today that Governor Mills would appreciate your support in sending Dr. Malcolm L. Hunter Jr. of Amherst on to be confirmed in front of the Maine State Senate on January 26th. I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have at this time, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative McCray, you have your hand up.
Hi, Representative.
You're muted, Representative McCray.
There, it's been quite a journey getting here, and I don't know why my hand is up, but I'll lower it. There we go.
All right. Are there any questions for Melissa? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Dr. Malcolm Hunter Jr. for a purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Agricultural Conservation and Forestry Committee. My name is Mac Hunter. I'm from Amherst, and I'm here today to discuss my nomination to the Land for Maine's Future Board. My family settled on the Damascotta River in 1760, and I grew up there fishing and boating, hunting and snowmobiling. I also grew up with a real appreciation for the sort of public service you all perform. My father, aunt, and uncle collectively had over 60 years of service as town managers and on select boards and in the legislature, both House and Senate. I did not travel much outside of Midcoast, Maine until I went to the University of Maine for a degree in wildlife science. But while there, I had amazing summer jobs that took me many places around the state. Catching ducks along the Penobscot and Mattawamkeag rivers for Maine IF&W, inventorying natural features for the Maine State Planning Office all along the coast from Merrymeeting Bay to Lubec, and surveying the Machias watershed for the Bureau of Public Lands, as it was called then. After graduation, I went to England for a graduate degree and to initiate a career in international conservation. But after just 4 years of exploring Europe, Asia, and Africa, I decided I could not wait to return to Maine. So at the age of 25, I came home and joined the Humane Wildlife faculty. I settled in Milford, a town bordering Lurk territory, as we used to call it. And working weekends with my grandfather, I built a log cabin where I lived for 30 years. At UMaine, my wildlife research took me the length and breadth of the state, from studying rare turtles down in York County to farm pond frogs up near Caribou and Madawaska, from stream-dwelling salamanders in northern Oxford and Franklin counties to forest birds near Calais. I have served on various task force and advisory groups for the state on issues such as forestry and public use of land, but perhaps most important are the over 35 years I have been and still serve on an advisory group for the Bureau of Parks and Lands. In that capacity, and just for fun, I have visited all the major units of public land and all the state parks. Last week, I reviewed the list of LMF project sites, almost 20 pages worth, and I estimate that I've visited roughly 2/3 of all the LMF conservation and recreation sites, plus a couple dozen of the farm, waterfront, and boat access sites. Lastly, I want to mention that my wife and I have owned a small commercial blueberry farm in Amherst for 30 years and have been living on it for the last 12 years. Living in Amherst, where we have just 230 residents, has made me well aware of the challenges of balancing a municipal budget. Let me close with a short quote from some of my writing about Maine. Maine is too big to see thoroughly in a whole lifetime of exploring, but small enough to try. In sum, I hope to give other Mainers the opportunities to explore this state that I've enjoyed. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none. Thank you. Oh, hold it. I see Representative Underwood waving at me over here in the corner. Representative Underwood, you have a question.
Yes, I do. I was wanted to ask Mr. Hunter, are there any future projects for Aroostook County that he's aware of currently for the Land for Maine Futures workbook? Governor Mills has allocated 10 million, I believe, for this for this budget. Are there any projects or acquisitions planned for Aroostook County?
I do not know of any. I'm not privileged to know what applications have been recently received. I will, if confirmed for this, I would have that information, but I do not now. I know there's an active solicitation of applications at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons attending the hearing who wish to speak for or against, or neither for nor against the nominations. Anyone who has a written statement who does not wish to speak should have submitted it. I think we have had some submissions, so those should be available for you. And I will ask Cheryl, do we have anybody wishing to speak that you know of?
Yes, if I could have the attendees that wish to speak for Mr. Hunter, raise your hand. I can let you in. And here comes Judy Camuso.
Yep.
Would you like me to let them all in?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep, I see what, 3 or so hands?
4. Yep.
4?
Yep.
Yep. All right, I will start with Commissioner Camuso. Welcome. I think you're in the wrong committee.
Good morning, Senator Dale, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. I'm Judy Camuso, a Commissioner of Maine Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here today happily speaking in support of Dr. Malcolm Hunter's nomination to serve on the LMF board. I should note that I am also, as Commissioner for Fish and Wildlife, a member of that board as well. As you heard previously, Mac is a lifelong Maine resident with 9 generations of farmers, fishermen, and loggers that have grown deep roots to the area. His childhood was filled with hunting, fishing, boating, and snowmobiling, creating a profound appreciation and connection to the state's traditional values and dynamic systems. Mac's research has covered numerous ecosystems and organisms, including rivers, lakes, wetlands, grasslands, and for more than 40 years, his primary focus was on forest ecology and the maintenance of their biological diversity. Mac initiated the state's first and longest running citizen science project and is still active today, the Maine Amphibian and Reptile Atlas project. And additionally, he is involved with is an active contributor to the department's Breeding Bird Atlas. Mac has a long history of serving Maine's government as an advisor on wildlife and public management issues, has primed him as an ideal candidate for LMF's board, bringing a unique experience from serving on BPL's Silvicultural Advisory Committee, Natural Areas Programs Ecological Reserves Advisory Board, the Governor's Council on Sustainable Forest Management, the Governor's Task Force on Public Lands, and IF&W's Non-Game Advisory Council, in addition to serving as the president of the Society of Conservation Biology. With over 200 public scientific journals, articles, and books, Mac is an accomplished and highly respected individual, bringing expertise in scientific policy and land conservation efforts, and the aptitude necessary to implement applied sciences to assist the challenges that face the LMF board. More than that, though, Mac's enthusiasm for Maine's natural resources is contagious. His appreciation for preserving Maine's quality of life is personal, and his humble, diverse, and honest viewpoints will make him an exceptional addition to LMF's board, to LMF's goals to conserve physical features and landscapes of Maine. For all these reasons, I am very pleased to be here today to speak on behalf of Dr. Mac Hunter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Black, Representative Landry, here's your chance. Come on now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'll go right in order as you appear on my screen. So next is Andy Cutco.
Yes, good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the committee. Happy New Year. I'm Andy Cutco, and I'm the director of the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands. I'm providing testimony today in support of the nomination of Dr. Mac Hunter for the Land for Maine's Future Board. I first met Mac roughly 25 years ago as part of the Maine Forest Biodiversity Project, which was a multi-year collaboration of 80 or so representatives from conservation groups, state agencies, universities, and the forestry sector. The Maine Forest Biodiversity Project came on the heels of several years of contentious forest policy debates in Maine. Some of you may remember those years. Needless to say, participants often didn't see eye to eye, and opinions from either side were sometimes brash and uncompromising. That was certainly not the case with Mac. He listened carefully, processed input, and only then offered thoughtful reflection that almost always cleared the air or sought common ground. In that environment, as today, I noticed that Mac's voice carried a lot of weight. In the subsequent decades, I've learned a few more things about Mac. He's that rare academic who has published in international journals and has traveled to the ends of the world to locate a new species of salamander, but he's just as comfortable walking a Maine woodlot and talking about sustainable forestry in Hancock or Washington counties. A lifelong Mainer, as you've heard, he's passionate about the North Woods, and his curiosity about the natural world is matched only by his curiosity to explore remote and novel destinations in Maine. A few years ago, Mac and his partner Aram tried to convince me to join them in one of their adventurous new winter hobbies, stream skiing. Upon learning that this hobby involves skiing down partially frozen cascades in the middle of nowhere, I politely declined and told them I liked my limbs just the way they were. In closing, Mac's world-class knowledge of biodiversity, his rock-solid reputation as a conservationist, his intimate knowledge of Maine's natural and human geography, and his even-keeled and thoughtful temperament make him an outstanding candidate for the Land for Maine's Future Board. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Cutco? All right, seeing none, I will move on to Barbara Trafton.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Barbara Trafton from Brunswick and also a current LMF board member. And I am here today to speak in favor of the nomination of Dr. Malcolm Hunter as a member of the Land for Maine's Future Board. Dr. Hunter and I served together on the board of the Nature Conservancy in Maine, and I have always been impressed with his broad knowledge of the woods and waters of our state, his thoughtful and collaborative approach to emerging issues that affect our natural systems, and his ability to apply his extensive academic knowledge to practical, on-the-ground actions. As you have heard, Mac is a true Mainer who has spent his life exploring our outdoors, our state's ecosystems, and our communities. And in fact, Mac has virtually visited every town, township, plantation, gore, whatever, which ideally positions him to help ensure that the LMF funds are invested in geographically diverse and ecologically significant parts of our state. In the first regular session of the legislature, additional language was added to the LNF statute to incorporate the impacts of climate change and to address the stewardship of funded projects. Mac Hunter's skills and knowledge will be very helpful as the LMF board works to assist our local partners in these areas. Mac has been researching climate resilience since the late 1980s and has been a long-time advisor to the Nature Conservancy on strategies to identify places key to protecting our resilient and connected forests. Mac Hunter's impressive record of service to both the state of Maine and to many land conservation groups speaks to his love of Maine and his understanding that our natural resources are inextricably tied to the well-being of our citizens. Mac Hunter would be a valuable addition to the LMF board, and I am very pleased to support his nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. And it appears the last one we have to speak is Eliza Townsend.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the ACF committee. I'm Eliza Townsend. I'm the Maine Conservation Policy Director for the Appalachian Mountain Club. And you've heard a lot this morning, so I'll keep it short and say that I cannot imagine a more qualified nominee than Dr. Hunter. Not only did he literally write the book on conservation biology, but he's put his commitment to conservation into action through decades of public service. Dr. Hunter's particular expertise on forest ecosystems and the maintenance of biological diversity is especially relevant and valuable as Maine wrestles with climate change and habitat loss. For example, a focus of last year's legislative session was discussion of how to increase the deer population in certain areas using the Land for Maine's Future program. Who better to engage in that effort than a professor of conservation biology and of wildlife ecology? Finally, because he resides in Amherst, Dr. Hunter's confirmation would help to diversify geographic representation on the board. For all these reasons, the Appalachian Mountain Club supports Dr. Hunter's nomination, and we urge you to vote unanimously to confirm him to the Land for Maine's Future Board. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Anyone have any questions of any of our community members here? All right. Representative Osher, do you have a question? I thought I saw a.
Yes, thank you. So, so impressive is your record and your service to the state and to conservation biology. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to what you're going to do on the Land for Maine Future Board. Let you know my vote in advance. And also, I have a question because of your long family history, your own tenure as a member of the conservation biology community in Maine, and now the possibility of working on Land for Maine's Future. We, as a legislature, have been working on diversity, equity, inclusion, and also looking at issues of tribal sovereignty. And we acknowledge that we are on the land that the homelands of the Wabanaki people. So how do you see Land for Maine's Future? Well, I guess first would be, what's your experience of working with the natural resources directors of the tribal communities, and what do you see as the role of Land for Maine's Future in working with the tribal communities and the issue of tribal sovereignty and getting land back to the tribal communities?
Yeah, that is a very topical issue, as you know, one I've been thinking a lot about. I can't say that I've had any direct action, but I've thought a lot about it. I've talked a lot about it. I'm currently working on a book called Our Maine, Exploring Maine's Natural Heritage. And we have 4 Wabanaki authors, co-authors, who will be contributing to that book. So I've been talking with them about all these issues. I've known John Banks, the recently retired head of natural resources for the Penobscots for many years. So these are things that I think a lot about and care a lot about. But I'd be uncomfortable to actually speak to how LMF should pursue this issue. I'm not on the board yet, so it'd be presumptuous of me to speak for them. And it's a complicated issue. So I think I'm only comfortable saying that it's an important issue that I look forward to exploring.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? Seeing none. All public comments have been taken. The committee now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. I think we've received some. There may be some more that Cheryl has. So if you want to look at those, you can. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, MSRA, Section 157 and the joint rules. A vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. And with that, the hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry from Mr. Malcolm J. Hunter of Amherst for appointment to the Land for Maine's Future is closed. Now, taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present and agree. Therefore, right now, I will inquire, does anybody have any objection to taking the vote now? All right, seeing none. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Malcolm L. Hunter, Jr. of Amherst for appointment to the Land for Maine's Future Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MSRA, Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th, the vote will be taken by the ayes and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor. A vote of no will be taken against. Are we ready for the vote? With that, committee clerk will call the roll. Please, Cheryl, call the roll.
Yes. Representative Susan Bernard. Absent. Representative Lori Osher.
Confirm.
Representative Lori Osher. Confirm. Representative Thomas Schofield.
A very supportive yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. 11 yes, 2 absent.
Who were absent? I guess I missed one. Who?
Susan Bernard and.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. I heard you say that. Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, 11 members of the committee haven't voted in the affirmative, none in the negative, and 2 absent. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forest, the nomination of Mr. Malcolm J. Hunter of Amherst for appointment to the Land for Maine's future board be confirmed. Congratulations, Dr. Hunter.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Very good. So that's it for this section of our ACF committee. We will go ahead and move right into our next agenda items, which is public hearings. Again, thank you for participating to this point.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go right into the next portion of our meeting. And first, I will let Representative McCray introduce himself. I think he was absent when we introduced ourselves.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. I'm David McCray. I live up in Fort Fairfield. It was only 18 below zero when I got up this morning. It's going to get up to -4 before the day's out. But anyway, my apologies for being a little tardy. I really wasn't tardy trying, but I just couldn't get through find a link. So here I am. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Did I miss anybody else? Did everybody else introduce themselves? I think we did. All right. So with that, I would like to start out with our public hearings, and I will turn it over to my House co-chair, Maggie O'Neill. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so we're all on the same page about the order of things this morning, I'm going to start by going in the order of LD 1744, 1756, 1805, and then 1828. And a couple notes, just because we're doing this for the first time again. We're gonna refrain from using the chat for discussion, and if you have a question, just raise your hand or wave, and I'll call on you, and we'll make questions through the chair. And for anybody listening, as soon as you come up and you're on screen, you'll be visible to the public, and it'll be recorded on Zoom. So I'm going to open up the public hearing for the first bill, which is LD 1744, an act to increase funding for the Animal Welfare Fund by increasing certain fees, sponsored by Senator Dill.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative O'Neill and honorable colleagues of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. As mentioned, I am Senator Dill, and I am sponsoring this on behalf of the department, and it's LB 1744, an act to increase funding for the Animal Welfare Fund by increasing certain fees. As I mentioned, this is a department bill which seeks to address funding shortages in the animal welfare program by increasing the amount of commercial feed registration fees that go into the program. My understanding is that there are fees charged on animal products, animal food and feeds. And what happens is half of that goes to this program and half goes into the general fund. The animal welfare program works to uphold the animal welfare laws of the state in various ways. The program investigates animal welfare complaints, executes seizures of animals, and arranges for safe care licenses, and inspects all animal shelters, pet stores, boarding kennels, and even more. And the more is one that I think we'll be addressing a little later, and that is the spaying and neutering program, the Fix Me program. In recent years, it has become clear that the current level of funding is no longer adequate to cover the rising expenses of the program. And this has been especially true since the pandemic began. Liam Hughes of the department will be here to go into more detail about why this additional funding is necessary. And I know that they are very willing to be creative and flexible in working with the committee on this. So we will be looking into this. And thank you. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions, but I think Liam will be able to answer those probably more in depth than I could. So with that, I am done.
All right, thank you for your testimony. And do we have any questions for Senator Dill? All right, seeing none, thank you. And the next and only person that I see on the list right now is Liam Hughes. So welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, honored members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Liam Hughes. I am the Director of the Animal Welfare Program for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am speaking in support of LD 1744, an act to increase funding for the Animal Welfare Fund by increasing certain fees. We'd like to thank Senator Dill for sponsoring the program and also send congratulations for Representative Hall for his new addition to his barn today. So, as Senator Dill mentioned, animal welfare ensures the humane and proper treatment of animals by upholding the animal welfare laws through through communication, education, and enforcement. Core components of our program include responding and investigating animal welfare complaints, executing seizures of animals, and arranging the safe custody of them while awaiting disposition for related criminal and civil cases, licensing and inspecting all animal shelters, pet stores, boarding kennels, breeding kennels, and research facilities throughout the state of Maine. We also administer the statewide spay-neuter program known as Help Fix Me, collecting reporting data on municipal animal control officers' complaints, and also the animal control officer training and certification program. We also administer the state dog licensing program with the help of Maine municipalities. These activities and more keep our staff of 11 full-time and part-time employees extremely busy as they pursue the goals of the animal welfare program each day. The animal welfare program is entirely reliant on the dedicated funding to run its various operations. While revenue from these streams has seen little change over the years, including the 10 years I've served as director, the expenses of the program has increased exponentially. Factors driving the increase include the drastically rising costs to maintain animals in custody, as welfare cases wind their way through the complicated court system, as well as the scale of the seizures and number of and type of animals that need to be housed. Over the past 5 years, we've seen an increase in the cost of our investigations. Within the last 2 years, the cost has tripled. The court slowdown has much to do with the COVID pandemic delays, which have to date no signs of easing up. Other increases are due to the rising veterinarian costs that relate to the length of the animal stay in custody. Many of these animals have medical conditions that are diagnosed while in custody that the program must cover. Finally, unsurprisingly, personnel costs have risen over the past decade. Attached to my testimony today provides a graphic representation of animal welfare programs' income and expenditures over the past 5 years. Keeping pace with the responsibilities of the program demands a very robust revenue stream. LD 1744 is the department's proposal for a revenue generation that will increase and will allow animal welfare to meet the needs of the animals and the stakeholders it serves on a daily basis. If provided with the additional funding, animal welfare program's intention to fill the 2 field agent positions to bring us to full staffing and help the current annual inspections of almost 550 animal care facilities and investigate the average of 325 complaints of animal cruelty each year. As a way to close this revenue gap, the Animal Welfare Program is proposing to adjust the existing revenue sharing program that occurs between the Animal Welfare Program and the general fund of the registration fees paid by manufacturers of pet foods and other animal feed. Currently, half of the revenue generated by the existing registration fee goes directly to Animal Welfare Program, and the other half goes directly to the general fund. LD 1744 would allow Animal Welfare Program to retain 100% of the revenue generated and eliminate the general fund share. Taking this step will appropriately stabilize the Animal Welfare Program. However, we also recognize the significant fiscal impact that this bill may have, as approximately $550,000 would no longer be paid into the general fund. The department is willing to think creatively and work with the ACF committee should it prefer to find alternative ways to avoid this level of impact on the general fund. I will be able to walk the committee through a few ideas that we've had, a few scenarios at the work session if you want me to. Thank you for your time. I am more than happy to answer any questions you have now or at the work sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. All right, the first hand that I see is Representative Blucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to hear some of your ideas around reducing that fiscal note as you're able. And then the other one was, Karen, I don't see, when I go to that 1744 link under committee notes, I don't see any written testimony there. And maybe it's in my email somewhere, I'm not finding it.
So you're saying there's no testimony in the electronic bill file for 1744? To my attempts
to not successful.
Okay, I'll look into that because obviously Liam did. I think he's the only one that I've received written testimony for. So I'll look into it for you, but
thank you.
We'll resolve it hopefully shortly.
Yeah, to answer your question, we did look at a few other ways that we do get revenue. When we took a look at what we do, pretty much almost a third of our funding, a little bit more than that, comes from dog licensing, which we partner up with the Maine municipalities, and we basically split about half of those funds with the towns. Unfortunately, we need the towns to do a lot of the lion's share of work, and they don't really get fairly compensated for it. So we felt that raising any of the dog licenses would not be good at this time for the municipalities to help fund the animal welfare operation. So we took a look at our other major revenue source, and that was the feed registration, which again, half the money was going into the general fund and half is going to us. So it's the lowest hanging fruit. But one of the things that we were looking at also is the possibility of locking in the amount of money that goes into the general fund. But that would also mean increasing the registration fee these manufacturers would have to make to the program. Only possibly a $20 increase could really improve the amount of funding that we get each year. And the last time there was any large increase to this, I believe, was in 2007. So it's been quite a long time. In fact, it was about 2007, I believe. So that's kind of the only other thing that we came up with for an idea of possibly increasing the funding, was to slightly increase the registration fee, but lock in what goes into the general fund at $40 every registration. And we can go into further detail at the work session.
I think that's great. Can I have one follow-up, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Do you have any sense if these folks, I saw there was $80 registration fee, which doesn't seem exorbitant for the big folks selling food from the grocery stores, but do we have a sense of how many folks are just baking dog biscuits in their oven at home and how that might affect them?
The most of the feed registration, and we'll have those numbers for you by the work session, but the home manufacturers are treated slightly differently than the corporate manufacturers. For the most part, we're looking at raising the stuff that you find at the Hannaford or the Tractor Supply or Walmart, the large bags of food with the barcode on it. So home manufacturers, it might not have the same effect on, because there is sections in the law that basically kind of give them a little bit more exclusion or are treated slightly differently. And again, I can go into further detail at the work session.
Great, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, next I see Senator Black with his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Liam, for being here. I guess I need a little clarification, or maybe I'm confused. These registration fees that you're talking about, are these the same registration fees that we talked about 4 or 5 years ago, that did 3 or 4 years ago, that were being used for spade and neutering, or is there another fee on top of that?
There's a slight difference. There is the feed registration, which is all feed that you give to animals, whether it's a horse or a dog or cat or parrot or chicken. So that's an $80 fee that is charged to all the commercial pet food manufacturers. Then there's what's called the pet food surcharge, which is basically towards dog and cat food, which is an additional $20 that is going towards the Help Fix Me program. We're not looking to make any corrections or changes to that surcharge program. We want that to stay exactly the way it is. This would only affect the feed registration, which is all commercial feed that is basically produced and sold within the borders of Maine.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any further questions, Senator Black? Looks good. All right, and next I see Representative Underwood with his hand up.
Hi, good morning. Has Mr. Hughes, has he gone to the Appropriations Committee and asked for an increase in funding versus raising taxes? Because most of your main taxpayers that own dogs and cats will ultimately pay the fee. So if he could make a pitch to the Appropriations Committee for any additional funding, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
No, we did not go to the Appropriations Committee because of how our funding is received. We currently do not accept any general fund money. We are actually paying general fund money, and that's what we want to change, is to stop paying the general fund and use that money dedicated for this purpose, which is the animal welfare activities.
Thank you.
All right, and next I see Representative McCray with his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Hughes. Good to see you again. I'm just curious, do these fees apply to when Senator Black buys a few loads of hay, or somebody that has horses, a couple of riding horses, and buys some hay from local farmers? Those fees don't apply there, do they?
No, the special formulated food that you would get or the hay, silage of that nature is not included with any of these fees. So you can still buy a bale of hay for whatever the going rate is from a friend down the road without having to worry about any additional fees or charges on them.
Thank you. I thought that, but I did want to hear it from you. Thank you.
All right, do we have any more questions for Mr. Hughes? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hughes, and I'll move to the next person to testify, who is
Thank you.
Edie Hansberry. Thanks.
Good morning, Representative O'Neill, Senator Dill, and honorable members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Katie Hansberry, and I'm the Maine State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. And I'm also the current president of the Maine Federation of Humane Societies. I am presenting testimony on behalf of both organizations this morning. In addition to increasing the amount of the feed registration fees deposited into the Animal Welfare Fund, LD 1744 would importantly seeks to raise the daily compensation paid to shelters caring for animals pending court decisions. Additional funding is needed to properly administer and enforce Maine's animal welfare laws, and an increase in reimbursement rates paid to shelters is long overdue. We respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass. To illustrate the immense need for this funding change, I will use a recent cruelty investigation as an example. In January of 2020, more than 20 Great Danes were seized from a home in Hampton. That number quickly grew as some of the dogs were pregnant and gave birth shortly after the seizure. The dogs were taken in and cared for by several of Maine's animal shelters, where they lived in limbo for nearly 2 years as the court case dragged on and on. Since the dogs were the owner's property, they couldn't be adopted into new homes until they were surrendered by the owner or ordered forfeited by the court, and that did not occur until December of 2021. The defendant in the case did not pay anything towards the care of the dogs. Rather, the significant cost for their care was the responsibility of the shelters and the state. The case cost the state an estimated $125,000, and that figure doesn't include all of the expenses incurred by the shelters that were caring for the dogs. In accordance with current law, they received $5 a day per dog or $8 a day per female dog with a litter that had not been weaned. This amount is completely inadequate for covering the costs associated with caring for these animals. Such cases are incredibly resource intensive, as not only do seized animals need housing, food, and enrichment, but they also often suffer from health and behavioral issues. The long waits are also not only hard on the animals, but they require the utilization of thinly stretched resources that shelters financially tasked with caring for seized animals could be putting towards other vital services they provide, such as programs aimed at supporting pet owners in their communities. While the COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to even more scheduling setbacks in case proceedings, increasing the amount of time animals may be in the care of shelters, this has unfortunately been a long-standing problem. A 2009 state working group seeking to address this issue resulted in the Department of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources and Attorney General's Office recommending expedited possession hearings in animal cruelty cases, but the recommendations from that working group were not enacted. While a law requiring a timely possession hearing took effect in the fall of 2019, it is unlikely that will be feasible to accomplish given the ongoing pandemic and extensive court backlog. It is also important to note that sadly, the Great Dane case is not unique. We are frequently seeing cases with dozens of animals. The additional resources afforded by LD 1744 will allow for improved inspection processes, increased ability to respond to complaints, and earlier intervention to help address concerning situations before they get to the point of requiring a large-scale seizure. And when seizures do occur, shelters will be better compensated for the life-saving care they provide to animals coming into their facilities for what may be a lengthy stay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hansberry, for your testimony. Do I see any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. And so I'm looking if anyone else would like to speak on this bill, throw your hand up. All right, and seeing none, I will close the public hearing on this bill, LD 1744, and we'll have a work session scheduled and publicly posted. Thank you. All right, I'm going to look for the next bill and open the public hearing on LD 1756, which is a resolve authorizing the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry to convey certain land in Aroostook County and Penobscot County. And I'd like to call up Representative John Martin to present the bill. All right, looks like getting connected. I think something I'll note that I should have noted while.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Representative Martin, something I just want to make a note as folks come maybe we'll have members of the public come testify that haven't before, and I'll just give a note on process, which is that for each bill getting heard, we'll call up sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. And then after folks sponsoring the bill or co-sponsors come up, we'll call up members of the public based on how they registered to testify, whether it's for the bill, against the bill, or neither for nor against. And when you come up, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. We'll let you know when it's time to start, and we just ask that you keep your microphone muted until you're called on to speak. All right, thanks Representative Martin for waiting for that. And welcome.
Thank you very much, Representative O'Neill, and obviously Senator Dill, and members of the committee. I am John Martin, and I am the sponsor of LD 1756, which is a bill that is being put into process because of at the request of the department. It conveys land in Aroostook County, or authorized the transfer, and also in Penobscot. In the Aroostook County situation, it is the land next to Clayton Lake area. So you have a visual idea of where it might be located. And that has about 4,800 acres that is out there hanging out, and no place to go. And the other piece is in Penobscot County, which borders Baxter State Park. And that one is a small amount of land. And the purpose there would be to, the state would work out an agreement of monetary, because it's required by the Constitution, to make a transfer of monetary with Baxter State Park. And that portion is not very big, but it's hanging by itself about 2,000 acres, and that would become part of Baxter State Park. And so that's really all the bill does. And of course, if we were to enact this, I think we've learned by the Supreme Court decision, this requires a 2/3 vote in both House and Senate in order to be enacted. And I'd be happy to respond to any questions or any, but the department should be here to make further comment.
Thank you,
Be happy to
Representative.
respond to any questions if anyone have any.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Martin. I'm interested in, you mentioned in Penobscot land as to where it would be transferred, or the proposal. But did you mention what the 4,800 acres might be transferred to? What's the purpose of the transfer, or do you even know?
That would be up to the department, and we would authorize them the ability to sell that land or to merge the trade if they could find a trader. But they, to this date, they've been unable to find anyone to trade with.
A brief follow-up, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So right now, that 4,800 acres is the property of our state, correct?
It's a parcel, actually, it's part of a parcel that we obviously are part owner of that public lot. And I'm not sure why, when we did the public lot transfers, as to why that was included at the time, some 20 years ago. But it's hanging out there, and frankly, we should sell it or transfer it. And this doesn't require the department to do it, but it gives them the opportunity to move forward with it.
Okay, I'm sure we'll hear more. Thank you very much.
All right. Do I see any other questions for Representative Martin? All right, seeing none, I'd like to call up Mr. Bill Patterson, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Thanks. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Bill Patterson, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands. I am speaking in favor of LD 1756 on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. This resolve authorizes the Director of BPL to sell specific tracts of land held in common and undivided interest in T12R13, Aroostook County, and T4R8, Penobscot County. Maps are attached to the testimony I submitted for your reference. This proposal to sell certain common and undivided interests is in response to LD 486 in the last session and the committee's encouragement for BPL to resolve common and undivided land interests for the benefit of the citizens of Maine. Let me start, if I may, with a brief refresher on how ownership functions when it is defined as common and undivided. Within a common and undivided tract of land, individual owners do not own any specific acreage or area outright. Instead, all owners hold a percentage interest in the entire parcel. And traditionally, management control is exercised by whoever holds the highest percentage of ownership. This situation is largely an historical artifact, and the Bureau is systematically seeking to resolve the dozen or so tracts that we hold in common and undivided status. Most timberland owners in Maine prefer to own land as 100% ownership and often seek to negotiate partitions, trades, or sales of these common and undivided interests where they do occur. And likewise, the state sees little benefit in tying up resources and ownership of land over which we can exercise no meaningful management control. Now, in the case of T12R13 in Aroostook County, the Bureau holds an approximately 24% minority interest in a larger 20,222 acre parcel of land. This yields an equivalent of about 4,819 acres of state ownership. As the minority owner in the parcel, the Bureau has limited ability to make decisions with regards to wildlife, timber, or recreation management. T4R8, known as the East Turner lot, adjacent to Baxter, is different in that the Bureau holds an approximately 80% majority interest. This ownership is 2,572 acres in two different parcels, which yields an equivalent of 2,032 acres of state ownership. However, these lands are isolated from available public access in a location that's wedged deep within the adjacent boundaries of Baxter State Park and Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument. Public access is thus limited, and road access for timber management is very expensive to construct, maintain, or plow in the winter. It is more logical for these lands to be managed by Baxter State Park, where they will continue to benefit the people of Maine. Our intent is to convey these lands to Baxter in exchange for funding that can be directed to conservation initiatives closer to local communities in the Katahdin region. In summary, both tracts have management limitations for BPL due to lack of access or management control, and we believe the Bureau's limited management capacity would be better served by investing in land where the Bureau could create greater public benefits. With the sale of these tracts, funds acquired by BPL will be placed in the Bureau's county-specified reserve land acquisition fund. They will be reserved for the purchase of additional lands that significantly enhance public benefits such as recreational access, wildlife habitat, and sustainable timber harvest elsewhere in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, respectively. Because the negotiation and sale of common and undivided interests can be a time-consuming process, we think it's advisable to authorize and begin executing the sale of these lands now so that when opportunities arise for new acquisitions, the Bureau can move quickly to purchase land for public benefit. And I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, the first thing I see is from Representative Blucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Patterson. So can I conclude from what you said that no, you don't have a sense if anybody is willing to buy these ownership statuses as right now, there's no conversation that's been begun?
Right, good question. So as far as willing buyers for these tracts, in the case of T4R8, we have initiated conversation with Baxter, which would be the intended recipient. They have expressed an interest in the ownership and management of this parcel. There is an ongoing conversation there. We haven't determined exact value, but an interest there. In the case of T12R13, Landvest represents the owner, which is the Buck family estate there, and they have expressed an interest in buying common and undivided interest. However, repeatedly over the years have declined to enter into any kind of partition or other transactions. So we feel it's clearly more efficient in this case to sell to a willing buyer there.
So they are interested, but you've had some problems with negotiations in the past. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, we're actually very, as far as partitioning and delineating within the existing boundaries, like establishing a set parcel of land, that they've resisted that. However, they are willing. They'd like to consolidate the ownership, and the Bureau feels, the department feels that having revenue to spend elsewhere in Aroostook County, perhaps closer to populations where there's an interest in access for hunting and recreation, would be a better resource, particularly right now with Land for Maine's Future and Land and Water Conservation Funds, both available, the opportunity to have these funds in their respective counties available for match in a timely fashion, because legislative process and then negotiation, appraisals, establishment of value, all will take time, which is why we're asking for the approval to move forward on negotiating and transacting.
Great. A follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
And this one, T12 R13, abuts the Allagash waterway. And so could you just talk about how it might affect access to the waterway or not affect it?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any specific access limitations or rights. I would have to check with the AG's office if there was, by being a common undivided owner, there was some argument of additional access, but that has not generally been an issue in terms of having legal access across adjacent landowners. To us, it didn't strike as a reason to keep this significant value in land tied up for potentially sort of theoretical improvement of legal rights for public access. Theoretical in that it really hasn't been a limiting factor.
Thank you very much.
All right, looking for other questions, not seeing them. My question for you, Mr. Patterson, is could you describe the larger parcel, not the one near Baxter, but the one near the Allagash waterway, just in a little more detail, who the other owner is, just what's going on now?
Sure. So in the case of T12 R13, that was the case. That was the particular parcel that came before the committee last year, and ultimately was amended to BLD 486. As I mentioned, the bill last year was a requirement to designate a piece of land and essentially obligate a private landowner against their will to conduct a transaction. I think everybody agreed that wasn't an outcome, and so the bill was modified to simply require the Bureau to report back to the committee each year on our common and undivided interests and in progress on resolving those. So thus our prioritization of these two parcels. The parcel is essentially the entire township of T12 R13, through which the Allagash Wilderness Waterway runs from south to north. On sort of the eastern side there, the waterway is obviously protected by a buffer of ownership, and there are a number of campsites within that protected ownership, and the remaining land is timberland that's fairly deep within the North Maine woods and fairly far removed away from the communities, which we are hearing especially during the pandemic throughout the state, including Northern Maine, that people would like to have improved access, increased areas for public recreation closer to home, close to the community. So that's part of our thinking here.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Patterson. I hunt up in that. I'm a bird hunter. I hunt up that way, and enjoy traveling through the woods, and I see a lot of land vest signs, more and more and more, seemingly every year. I'm assuming that with this large tract of land, should it be sold to Land Vest or whoever, to whatever entity, or transferred, that land would still be accessible. However, it's rather remote. It would not limit access to it any more than already is in place. Is that accurate?
That's correct. As you've noted in your travels, the greater than the 4 million acre area of North Main Woods is largely accessible to the public. And so the public would recognize no change. Those decades of history of access to that area that would be essentially unchanged, entirely unchanged.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's an important answer for me. Thank you.
All right, for next I see Representative Underwood.
Hi, Mr. Patterson. Is there any possibility that this land could, that the state that you wish to transfer, is it possible to one of these land management companies like Prentice Carlisle or Irving, or someone that might want to use it for forestry?
Right. So the land that the intention would be to sell the land to the existing co-owner, if you will. So that's the Land Vest client, the Buck family. So that's our expectation. However, as written, we would have the ability to sell it to any other member of the public, and that just helps our negotiating position. It doesn't tie us to sell to any one party. We expect most likely it would go to the existing owner, and thus the no apparent change in management status. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, I'm looking at the list, and the first person I have on the list for in favor is Friends of Baxter State Park. First name Aaron, I think McGuire.
Representative O'Neill, would you like me to let more than one person in or just one at a time?
Sure, you could bring in all the folks that are in favor on the list.
All righty.
Thanks. All right, welcome, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, everyone. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, honorable members of the committee. My name is Aaron McGuire, and I live in Belmont. And I serve as the Executive Director of Friends of Baxter State Park. I'm here this morning to testify in support of LD 1756 on behalf of our organization. We strongly support LD 1756 because it would enable the transfer of the state's ownership interest in the East Turner public lot to Baxter State Park, as you have heard. And this transfer just makes sense on many different levels. Baxter State Park is already managing the lands to the west and to the south of this parcel. And from a recreational perspective, it makes sense to manage this land together with Baxter State Park and with the extensive system of trails and campsites around Katahdin Lake, just over half a mile to the south. Ecologically, this parcel is connected to the Turner Mountains in Baxter State Park to the west, to Twin Ponds in Baxter State Park, and to Wasatacook Stream, which flows down out of Baxter off Katahdin and forms the northern boundary of the East Turner public lot. Transferring this lot to Baxter State Park will help maximize its public benefit and is also a much more effective use of management resources. Because there is currently no deeded public access to the East Turner public lot, it currently sees very little public use of any kind. And transferring this lot to Baxter would provide outstanding and permanent recreational benefits to the public. The park's 220-mile trail system already extends to the parcel boundary. And the Katahdin Lake area just to the south is extremely popular for backpacking, camping, fly fishing, hiking, a whole range of recreational uses. This transfer would create additional world-class backcountry recreation opportunities for the public. It would also add miles of frontage on Wasatacook Stream to Baxter State Park. This is one of the most exemplary watersheds in the state of Maine with very high scenic, ecological, and recreational values. The current BPL road and right-of-way to the East Turner public lot passes across Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument. It follows the route of the International Appalachian Trail, and it also comes to within half a mile of Katahdin Lake in Baxter State Park. This has created some management challenges in this area, and this conveyance and transfer and potentially extinguishing this right-of-way could help to resolve these management issues and be mutually beneficial for all parties. For all of these reasons, we strongly support LD 1756, and we believe that it would offer significant and lasting benefits to the people of Maine. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I see a question from Senator Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying. Question, if this parcel was annexed to Baxter State Park, would a lot of the traditional uses go away, seeing it becomes part of the park?
Thank you, Senator. That's a great question. Over the time that the Bureau of Parks and Lands has managed this lot, there's actually no deeded public access right now, vehicle access to this parcel. And my understanding is that it sees almost no public use of any kind right now because there is no deeded public access. The Bureau of Parks and Lands right-of-way extends across the National Monument, but that is for land management only, and that right-of-way does not provide for public access right now. So there would be, my understanding is that there would be really no change in the level of public, traditional uses as you asked about, but there would be a tremendous increase in the amount of overall public recreational use through inclusion of this parcel in the park.
Madam Chair, could I have a follow-up?
Absolutely.
That would include that there's no snowmobile trails or ATV trails across that parcel now?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. And I would like to call up Baxter State Park Director, Edmonds Patowski. I'm going to mess up your last name, so I'm sorry. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill, Senator Dill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Edmonds Patowski, and I am the director of Baxter State Park. I'm testifying in support of LD 1756. This bill would authorize the director of the Bureau of Parks and Lands to convey property owned by the Bureau to Baxter State Park. The Bureau's interest in the East Turner lot comprises approximately 2,032 acres of the east slopes of the Turner Mountain chain just east of Katahdin. The parcel is home to numerous streams which drain the native brook trout waters of Twin Ponds and pass through thousands of glacial erratic boulders into the wild Wasatacook stream. Twin Ponds and the predominance of the Turner Mountain chain reside in the park. The East Turner lot is isolated between the park and the Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument and bounded to the north by the mighty Wasatacook. The park currently maintains a trail passing from the campsites and trail network around Katahdin Lake to the Twin Ponds. The care of the East Turner lot for the benefit of the people of Maine is best accomplished by the abutting landowner and state agency, Baxter State Park. The park is in discussion with the Bureau about this potential transfer and would welcome the opportunity to continue these discussions should the legislature permit the Bureau to convey its interest. The park and the Bureau share a responsibility to manage natural resources for public values, and focusing those resources in logical geographies enhances efficiency. The efficient management of public lands will maximize the effectiveness of government resources. Due to its location and access limitations, the East Turner lot fits better under the park's bailiwick than it does the Bureau's. This transfer will result in enhanced benefit to the ultimate beneficiaries of both agencies, the people of Maine. Baxter State Park is a world-class wilderness park created by former Governor Percival Baxter. Governor Baxter generously gifted Baxter State Park to the state of Maine to hold in trust for the benefit of the people of the state of Maine. Thus, the park is also a charitable trust. Because the park is a charitable trust, the state has a fiduciary responsibility to manage the park in a manner consistent with the terms of the Baxter State Park Trust. Management of the park is entrusted to the Baxter State Park Authority, which consists of the Director of the Bureau of Forestry, the Commissioner of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and the Attorney General. The authority is interested in the parcel and willing to negotiate reasonable terms, and final decisions will be made in a public meeting of that body. The East Turner lot again is bounded to the north by the Wasaticook Stream, which drains much of the north and east slopes of Katahdin. Myron Avery, an early 20th century trail builder in the region, described the stream as a brawling mountain torrent of the clearest water tumbling along a bed choked with enormous pink granite boulders. The streams and wetland complexes of this wild and free land are rich sources of ecological diversity, and their protection would be ensured in perpetuity by this transfer. I urge you to help this wild and rugged country remain forever wild for Governor Baxter and the people of Maine, and vote in favor of LD 1756 to authorize the Bureau to shift ownership to the park and enhance the benefits of this parcel for the people of Maine. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see a question from Representative Blucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would this make Baxter State Park larger, or would it just be another piece of land that you control, but not actually part of the same park, subject to the same rules?
It would make Baxter Park larger by the acreage in question. Yes, and in terms of deciding around what rules would apply, the authority enjoys the responsibility for ensuring that those are appropriately aligned with the wishes of Governor Baxter.
Thank you.
Do I see any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next on the list, I see Caitlin Bernard from the Nature Conservancy. Welcome.
Good morning. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Caitlin Bernard, and I am the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy here in Maine. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1756, the resolve authorizing the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to convey certain land in Aroostook County and Penobscot County. The Nature Conservancy is a nonprofit conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. We've been working in Maine for more than 60 years, protecting land, restoring rivers and streams, rebuilding groundfish populations in the Gulf of Maine, and developing innovative solutions to address climate change. Conservation is at our core, and we are proud to be the 12th largest landowner in the state, owning and managing roughly 275,000 acres. We work in tandem with the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to both advance our conservation projects and support their role in planning, conservation, management, and research. Maine's public lands, state parks, and forests are incredible assets that underpin our quality of life and economic opportunities here in Maine. The Nature Conservancy supports the work that the Director of the Bureau of Parks and Lands and the department have done to address common and undivided public lot parcels. LD 1756 was the result of a directive from this committee when you discussed and amended LD 486 in the first regular session. The two parcels identified in this bill, T12 R13 in Aroostook County and T4 R8 in Penobscot County, are held by the Bureau as common and undivided interests. This partial ownership limits the Bureau's ability to manage, access, and fully realize the benefits of these land holdings. Selling these parcels to willing buyers would free up resources, both financial and Bureau capacity, to identify and pursue alternative lands within Aroostook County and Penobscot County. These two counties have strong existing natural resource values, and shifting the Bureau's land holdings in these areas would be an opportunity to add value to the region. We support the Bureau's interest in selling these parcels to pursue other interests that would better serve the people of Maine. TNC urges this committee to support LD 1756. Thank you for the time this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Do I see any questions for Ms. Bernard? All right, seeing none, I just have a quick one for you about the Allagash Wilderness Waterway and whether you see any concerns with giving up that interest and maybe not knowing what we're trading for, I suppose.
Yeah, you know, I think that allowing the department the flexibility to identify an alternative parcel seems to make the most sense. I think, as Mr. Patterson sort of outlined, lining up all the pieces together is challenging. You want to work with a willing buyer, willing seller. And so, yeah, I think the way that this will go is it wouldn't direct the Bureau to protect land around the Allagash, but it wouldn't limit them from finding parcels along the Allagash. So I think it just sort of allows for flexibility for the state agency to do the good work that they're already doing of identifying places that are of value to the state and finding what's out there and what makes the most sense at the time. Does that sort of answer your question, Representative O'Neill?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Do I see any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'm gonna look at the next person on the list. Who is
Against, we have an against and we have a neither.
Thanks.
Which would you like first?
Let's bring in against first, please.
Okay.
I'm laughing because it's been a while. I was trying to remember what order we go
We
in.
do. That's what I was asking you.
Yeah.
All right, here comes Kathy. And Melanie.
All right, welcome. We'll bring in Kathy Johnson and then Melanie Sturm afterward.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Great. And I'll just take 1 second to see if I can get my video going. My internet is a little unstable today, so if it cuts out, hopefully you'll still be able to hear me. Good morning, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill. My name is Kathy Johnson and I'm a resident of Alna. I'm testifying in opposition to Section 1 of this bill, but I want to start by saying I am very supportive of Section 2 regarding the transfer to Baxter State Park, and I agree with what others have said and urge you to adopt Section 2. But I want to speak in opposition to Section 1, which proposes to sell the public's interest in lands on both sides of the Allagash Wilderness Waterway. The Allagash Wilderness Waterway is one of Maine's most iconic outdoor destinations. People come from all over the world. I know because I have met them on one of my many trips down the Allagash. Much of the Allagash is protected by only a narrow 500-foot strip of public land. Fortunately, around several of the lakes, the public owns larger parcels that are managed by BPL. Those areas where public lands extend beyond the narrow 500-foot corridor provide a wilder recreational experience and better wildlife and habitat protection. The public currently owns a 24% common and undivided interest in T12R13 in lands that are on both sides of the Allagash. Giving up that 24% share of ownership, selling that, is giving up any opportunity to turn that minority interest into further protection for the Allagash in the future. Article 2 of this bill allows a physical partition of the land adjacent to Baxter so that each of the two holders of common and undivided interest end up with full ownership of their portion of the land. A future partition of the Allagash land could achieve a similar result. The land could be partitioned so that the public ends up with full ownership of a wider protected corridor along the Allagash, and the private landowner ends up with full ownership of the lands adjacent to their other holdings. The landowner in T12R13 may not now be interested in negotiating a partition of these lands, but they may be in the future. I believe that the state should retain that ownership and that opportunity to provide additional protection for the Allagash. The Allagash is, after all, the only parcel of land owned and managed by the state that has wilderness in its name and central to its mission. Article 1 asks the public to give up the opportunity for increased protection along the Allagash for some other unknown potential parcel. It's impossible for you or for members of the public to evaluate whether the unknown proposed new protected land is worth giving up the opportunity for greater protection along the Allagash. The Allagash is no ordinary piece of public land. It deserves the highest level of protection we can provide. I strongly urge you to remove Section 1 from this bill to maintain the opportunity for increased protection for the Allagash if the private landowner is willing at some point in the future. Alternatively, if the state can come forth with a specific proposal for a specific parcel of land that they believe is more valuable than maintaining the opportunity to provide increased protection to the state's premier wilderness area, they should do so. Then the public and you would be in a position to evaluate the trade-off. Absent such a proposal for a specific alternative parcel to be protected, and given the importance of protection for the Allagash, I urge you to reject Section 1 of this bill at this time. This is not the first time this committee has considered a proposal from BPL to sell its interest in these lands along the Allagash in order to purchase some other unspecified lands. The committee rejected that proposal before, and I encourage you to do so again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I see a question from Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Johnson. I have you may not be the person to ask this, but you're the one that's in the seat right now. So if we want to, okay, there I am. Okay, I guess my question is if we approve this bill, if we pass this bill, would we still retain the 500-foot setback protection along both sides of the Allagash? Do you know that? Or is that like for Mr. Patterson in work session?
I do know the answer to that question, and if I misstate it, Mr. Patterson can correct me, but the state owns in full a 500-foot corridor along each side of the Allagash. The lands in question here begin at roughly the 500-foot line and go beyond that.
Yeah, very good. That's the answer. That answers my question very well. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Do I see any other questions? I think one question I had was, so you're saying there's a 500-foot buffer now because of the waterway, and you're proposing maybe working toward a bigger buffer. What would you envision?
Well, as I understand it, the state's common and undivided interest in this parcel totals roughly 4,800 acres. And if the parcel were partitioned, the state could use that 4,800 acres and acquire the lands that are adjacent to the current 500-foot strip. I don't know exactly how much bigger that would make the 500-foot strip. Somebody with a map and calculating would have to figure out the distance of the Allagash that's within this ownership I would be guessing, but I think maybe it's roughly 6 miles. And so if you took the 4,800 acres and put it along the 500-foot zone, you would get some additional protection. I just don't know that figure off the top of my head. Actually, alternatively, if I might add to that, there may be areas that are particularly recreationally or ecologically significant in that parcel. And if there were a partition, the landowners, the two landowners, the state and currently the Buck family, could negotiate which parcels, which parts each landowner acquires when the land is partitioned. So there's complete flexibility there. They wouldn't have to do it equally all along the length of the Allagash. If there were a particular area where it thought having a bigger bump out would be bigger, they could do that. So there would be flexibility to negotiate that if at some point the landowner is willing to consider partition.
Thank you. I see a question from Senator Black.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you this morning, Kathy.
Nice to see you.
Follow up on a question that Representative McCray asked earlier about access. He said that he asked Mr. Patterson if access would remain the same if this parcel was sold. Could you, if the state sold their 24% interest, would access be guaranteed if a private landowner owned that? Could you answer that question for me?
Well, legally, landowners have the right to post their land and prohibit the public on the land. So if the land is, all of it is transferred to, let's say, the Buck family, and they decided that they wanted to post their lands, they would legally have the right to do that. As Mr. Patterson said, Maine has a long tradition in the North Maine woods of open public access. And we've been really fortunate, and the public is incredibly fortunate and has the great privilege to be able to recreate on the lands within the North Maine woods. And I know that every one of us hopes that that tradition and that opportunity will continue indefinitely to the future. But the reality is it's not guaranteed. Once the landowner, whether it's the Buck family or someone who buys from the Buck family at some future time, wanted to post that land and make it a private preserve, they would have the legal right to do that.
All right. Any further from Senator Black? Looking good. All right. Representative Landry, question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Kathy. A question for you. Other than the protected land directly surrounding the river, the Allagash, is that piece currently being logged?
My understanding is that the Buck family is doing some logging there. My understanding, but I don't have any direct knowledge, is that they're doing a limited amount of logging there, not a huge amount. The land was very, very heavily logged prior to the Buck family acquisition of it. So it's a forest that's a lot of it is in recovery.
Thank you. Does the state have some financial gain from this harvesting that's going on?
Yes, the way common and undivided interest works is that any income that is produced anywhere on the township, the roughly 20,000 plus acres, the state gets 24% of whatever revenue is generated. So whatever logging is taking place, the state gets 24% of the profit.
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony, and I want to bring up Eliza Townsend, who will, I believe, be testifying in favor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the ACF committee. I'm Eliza Townsend. I'm the Maine Conservation Policy Director for the Appalachian Mountain Club, and we support LD 1756. AMC is the nation's oldest conservation, recreation, and education organization with the mission to foster the protection, enjoyment, and understanding of the outdoors. We have 6,500 members in Maine and own 75,000 acres of forest land in the 100-mile wilderness region of Piscataquis County, which we manage for multiple use, including sustainable forestry, backcountry recreation, and environmental education. By statute, Maine's public reserve lands are to be managed to demonstrate exemplary land management practices, including silvicultural, wildlife, and recreation management practices as a demonstration of state policies governing management of forested and related types of lands. However, the Bureau of Parks and Lands is hampered from managing lands according to its charge when it holds property in common and undivided ownership. Since its establishment, the Bureau has undertaken land sales and acquisitions in order to consolidate parcels, provide public access for a range of activities, and, quote, produce a sustained yield of products and services by the use of prudent business practices and the principles of sound planning. Of course, legislative oversight plays a critical role in ensuring that the land we collectively own is serving the needs of the greatest number of people. Though AMC supports the proposed land transactions before you, we do encourage you to fully understand them before granting approval, and the conversation about the Allagash is a perfect example. In the case of the first parcel in LD 1756, the Bureau owns not quite a quarter of more than 20,000 acres, or nearly a full township, straddling the Allagash Wilderness Waterway. By selling its share of forest land in T12 R13, it can acquire other land that it will fully manage while still protecting the unique character of the waterway. And based on the last conversation, I want to encourage you at the work session to get out your maps and understand the restricted zone, the commercial zone, etc. We understand that the Bureau intends to invest the proceeds elsewhere in our county, and we encourage the ACF committee to ensure that acquisition of an equivalent-sized parcel takes place within a reasonable time frame. The second transaction will result in the transfer of a remote landlocked parcel to Baxter State Park, freeing resources to be put toward creating public access closer to the population in Penobscot County. This is a win-win, both for the resources and for the people of Maine. At a time when demand for outdoor recreation opportunities is skyrocketing, the exchange of partial ownership of land in remote locations for opportunities to manage land for public access would seem to make sense. And for this reason, we support LD 1756. And I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do I see any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you. All right, and the next person I see is Melanie Sturm. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Nice to see you. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I'm Melanie Sturm, Forest and Wildlife Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on LD 1756. Just to be clear, NRCM is neither for nor against Section 1 and supportive of Section 2. So regarding Section 1, the proposal for T12R13 in Aroostook County, we have a couple concerns we would like to raise with the committee. We pay close attention to land management and ownership issues along the corridor of the Allagash Wilderness Waterway, which includes the township in question. We strongly support efforts by the state to, quote, preserve, protect, and develop the maximum wilderness character of the waterway as required by law. While we have a great deal of appreciation and respect for the approach taken by the Bureau of Parks and Lands under Director Cutco's leadership, the waterway is nationally significant and deserves special consideration. The entire 92 and a half miles of the waterway comprises Maine's only federally designated wild and scenic river, providing fish and wildlife habitat and offering hard-to-find backcountry recreation experiences. Under Section 1, the Bureau would be authorized to sell its interest in T12R13, as you've heard, and use the funds to purchase land elsewhere in Aroostook County. The Bureau is not providing information about what parcel of land might be purchased with the funds from this proposed sale, so the public cannot know how the values of such a future parcel may compare with the property interest given up along the waterway. We acknowledge the Bureau is seeking to untangle itself from common and undivided interests in which it has no management authority in exchange for land that can be developed for public recreation. However, we are reticent to provide support for selling any state interest, along the critically important Allagash Wilderness Waterway. Under Section 2, you've heard a lot about this section, so I'll just add that the sale makes practical sense to us, as the land would be managed by Baxter State Park in a manner that is consistent with the Bureau's practices, maintaining habitat connectivity and supporting outdoor recreation. I encourage the committee to take these questions into consideration and again, appreciate this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Do I see any questions from committee members? All right, seeing no hands, thank you. All right, and it looks like, speak now if there's anybody else that would like to testify on this bill. Not seeing any hands up in the attendees. I will close the hearing on LD 1756. And for the next bill, I'm going to turn it over. Oh, wait, I see a hand. Senator Black.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the work session, could we make sure, and I haven't had a chance to look at my emails to details, but could we make sure that we have detailed maps of both Section 1 and Section 2 in our emails and hard copy in our files so that we want to pick them up? Would that be possible?
That sounds great. Thanks for making that request. And something I want to make a request about for the work session, just to give folks a heads up, is to have someone come talk about the Allagash Wilderness Waterway and how it functions at the work session. Do I see? All right, so nothing else. All right, so I'm going to close 1756, and the next one is LD 1805 about the milk tier program, and that's me. So I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Senator Dull.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. And I will open the public hearing on LD 1805, a resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 26, producer margins, a major substantive rule of the Maine Milk Commission. And we do have 20-some people to testify on this. So don't forget, I will be running the clock for 3 minutes on testimony, with the exception of department and representatives or other legislators. But Representative O'Neill is going to tell us everything we need to know about the tier program. Representative O'Neill.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Maggie O'Neill. I represent Partasaco, and I'll keep it quick. I'm here to present LD 1805, which has to do with the Milk Commission and the tier program. And I will leave the descriptions up to the commission and the department. So thank you. And I look forward to working with you together on a solution here.
Great. Are there any questions for Representative O'Neill? Seeing none. Okay, we have, as I said, 20 or so folks to testify. We'll start out with the department. And from the department, we have Nancy McBrady. And from the Milk Commission, which is part of the department, Mary, we have Julie Marie Bickford. And then we have followed by a couple legislators who want to testify. So Nancy, are you going to start it, or is Julie Marie?
That's an excellent question. I believe because this is a rule chapter pertaining to the Maine Milk Commission, it might be appropriate for them to start, and I'm happy to follow up thereafter.
Okay, great. Thank you. Julie Marie, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Julie Marie Bickford, the Executive Director of the Maine Milk Commission, providing the rulemaking background for LD 1805, the resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 26, producer margins, a major substantive rule of the Maine Milk Commission. And for the record, we are presenting testimony, neither for nor against, just presenting you with the facts of the rule before you. So I will briefly explain the process by which the Milk Commission chose the information in the rule, which was a set of targeted prices adopted in compliance with the Maine Administrative Procedures Act in our Chapter 26 rulemaking process. This was adopted in June of 2021. The Maine Milk Commission contracted with Dr. Gary Anderson, the University of Maine Animal and Bioscience Specialist Emeritus, to undertake a new cost of production study in 2020 that analyzed the cost structure of Maine dairy farms based on their income and expenses from calendar year 2019. This study was conducted using the same design as that of the previous study, which was completed in 2018, covering calendar year 2016. An initial demographic survey was sent to Maine dairy producers, receiving responses from 79.5% of the farms. The information was compared to the previous study to identify industry trends in operations and management practices, including changes in herd size and average yearly production. Using that information, Dr. Anderson randomly selected 36 representative farms to conduct in-depth on-farm visits to collect detailed financial data. This confidential data was then analyzed to make a determination of the average cost of producing milk in Maine. The study report was presented to the Maine Milk Commission, and a public hearing was held on April 22nd, 2021, where testimony was heard and additional written testimony was accepted through a formal 30-day comment period that closed on May 24th, 2021. The commission voted on June 24th, 2021, to accept the final report in accordance with Chapter 26 rulemaking to reflect a monthly producer cost of production adjustment as part of the commission's monthly price setting hearings. The numbers in the final report presented to you represent the short-run break-even costs of producing milk in Maine, as described in Public Law 2003, Chapter 648, in the definition of target prices, to include variable operating expenses and overhead, but not including depreciation and interest. The commission adopted these numbers because they felt that they most accurately reflected the current cost of producing milk in Maine. The commission does recognize that due to the statutory linkage of these numbers to the support levels set in the Maine Dairy Stabilization Act, also known as the TIER program, there may be a fiscal impact related to the adoption of these numbers. The Maine Milk Commission takes no position on the legislative proceedings and policy decisions associated with the results as put into the TIER program, and has acted in their proper capacity to oversee an accurate and scholarly investigation into the financial dynamics faced by Maine dairy farms, and to adopt the findings as needed to comply with the Commission's Chapter 26 price setting responsibilities. And I will be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Julie Marie? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to Nancy McBrady. Thank you, Julie Marie.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nancy McBrady, and it's my pleasure to be speaking to you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I hope you're all staying warm today. I am the Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and I am speaking in support of LD 1805, a resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 26, producer margins and major substantive rule of the Maine Milk Commission. Maine's Dairy Stabilization Program, also known as the TIER program, was created in 2004 to help Maine dairy farmers by providing direct payments to help make up the gap between the commercial price they receive for their milk, which they do not control, and the cost of production. This program ultimately provides critical economic relief to farmers during times of low milk prices. This program has been an important stabilizing factor in Maine's milk industry, an industry that, despite weathering its share of difficulties, has managed to avoid the drastic attrition of other neighboring New England states. The Maine Milk Commission must undertake a cost of production survey every 3 years to determine whether the TIER program's minimum prices need adjustment. The Commission contracted to have the study performed and accepted its results, including new target prices, in June of last year through the required public rulemaking process, which Julie Marie just mentioned. These target prices reflect the current cost of producing milk in Maine across all scales and cover all of Maine's milk production. In order for these rules to be officially adopted, they must be approved by the legislature pursuant to LD 1805. The department supports the Maine Milk Commission's cost of production study and the resulting updated minimum prices. Updating these calculations is important for a number of factors. First, the TIER program helps sustain an industry that operates 24/7, 365 days a year with costs that never cease. These costs include feed, veterinary services, equipment, taxes, labor, and infrastructure investments, and they always threaten to outpace volatile milk prices, especially in northern New England, where input costs are higher than in most other places. Prices and markets have become all the more erratic during the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting supply chain challenges, which isn't necessarily reflected in the cost of production study, but a reality that dairy farmers are grappling with nonetheless. Updating the minimum prices provides an important safety net against rising prices and an uncertain future. Second, updating the prices serves the broader agricultural community in Maine, where dairy farms serve as anchor farms. These farms provide the critical mass that allow tractor dealers, feed suppliers, veterinarians, custom cropping contractors, insurance dealers, and other business services to operate in rural communities. Last, updating the minimum prices continues the legislative support put in motion 17 years ago for our dairy farms. Now is the time to increase out-of-date minimum prices. The department encourages the ACF committee to support LD 1805 and increase these minimum prices in the Tier 1 program to make this program as effective and impactful as possible. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Nancy? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'll turn to, there are a couple of legislators that wish to speak, and first is Mary Ann Kinney.
Good morning. I'm going to start out by saying I voted to be in person, and if we had done that, then I would be bringing everybody a little treat. I figured I had to get that in before Senator Black pointed that out, but I noticed he's, oh, there he is. He came back. He heard me.
Yeah, but Senator Black's keeping track of all this, Mary Ann, and he'll catch you later.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. I seem to recall I did bring some stuff in last year when I tried to catch everybody when we were at the Civic Center. But I am Mary Ann Kinney, and I represent House District 99, which are the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, which is my hometown and where cows still outnumber people, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity. I am pleased to come before my former committee and testify on behalf of the few remaining dairy farms in Maine. In the 127th legislature, which was my first term, we had a review of this program, and overwhelmingly the dairy farmers said, leave the program alone. It began in the 124th legislature, was altered in their first review, and from what I understand, the change did sour many from making changes again. And so the last two reviews in the 127th and 129th legislatures, the farmers overwhelmingly were against messing with the program again. The problem today is we are losing our dairy farms at an alarming rate. Additionally, the pandemic has hurt our dairy farms dramatically. something that this study does not address. Quotas to the farms have caused reduced production with lower prices per hundredweight, rising grain, fuel, vet, and other costs. And when we lose a farm through a buyout, some of the cooperatives that they belong to are allowing for buyouts of those quotas, while others do not, and this is adding exponentially to the issues they face. This is the time to increase the tier structure, but it must happen swiftly rather than on legislative time. I have heard inklings of a supplemental budget being proposed, and this must be incorporated in that budget so that our farmers can can continue to be the necessary piece of food production in our state. We cannot leave this till the 11th hour on the Senate appropriations table. It needs to come into a budget. That was one dairy farmer that I spoke with just last night who made that comment. And then I was reviewing and did see that there is possibly that supplemental budget. So I really encourage this committee to push to get that put into the supplemental budget so that the farmers know that this is coming. And additionally, one of my neighbors, dairy farm, she was unable to be here, and I'd like to read her testimony into the record. So this is testimony in support of LD 1805 resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 26, producer margins, a major substantive rule of Maine Milk Commission. To the honorable members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. Hello, I'm Cheryl Carson representing Agaloma Farms, a third-generation family dairy farm with 850 head of cattle located in Knox, Maine, Waldo County. Additionally, our business represents and employs 15 families whose primary source of income comes from our dairy farm. The Rural Economic Development tool called Maine Dairy Stabilization, or TIER program, is a life-saving tool for the dairy industry to manage volatile milk pricing. It's not only a financial budget priority, but any money invested into Maine dairy pays back to the state well beyond anything invested to stabilize the industry. Our sincere appreciation and thanks to Maine's legislative elected officials and Maine's people for continued support and understanding of how vital this program is to Maine's economy. It's not a tool we can afford to jeopardize. As you review cost studies and margins regarding the position of Maine's dairy industry, I urge you to remember what makes Maine agriculture great and unique is its abilities to feed its people. Farming families are the heartbeat of Maine's agriculture and the foundation of its multifaceted food supply. The dairy industry plays a key role in the survival of all agriculture. Central Maine counties produce 60% of Maine's milk, and because of this strong dairy backbone, it provides infrastructure for other local and smaller agriculture to flourish. Rural Maine is home. It's where our families grow. It's where communities can gather. We're a part of the generation that's keeping dairy farming going, investing back into Maine's economy every day. The generation fighting to preserve farmland and wide open spaces for wildlife, tourism, and recreation so Maine can call itself vacation land. The generation helping sustain Maine's carbon footprint through forestry and agriculture. The generation teaching children core values and work ethic, training them to dig deep, work hard, and run long for what's important. The generation that's feeding people and our communities. Preserving the dairy industry protects the character of Maine and the long legacy of forestry and agriculture, providing the quality of life for Maine people that we enjoy ourselves. Thank you. And it was submitted by Cheryl Carson, also Harold and Joyce Larrabee, Galen Larrabee, and their families on behalf of Agaloma Farms. And one of the things that Cheryl said to me when we were discussing this bill, she mentioned the fact that a lot of, it's her understanding that the tax that they actually pay into milk production to the state is part of where the money for the TIER program comes from. So they're paying to help subsidize themselves. And we need to make sure that we're continuing to send that back to these farms because it is extremely important for our Maine economy and for feeding Maine people. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Representative Kinney? Seeing none, thank you.
It looks like Representative Underwood had his hand up. Am I the only one that sees that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, Representative Underwood. Sorry.
Hi, Representative Kenny, it's good to see you. Very nice to hear from you.
Thank
Is there an
you.
alternate pricing mechanism for milk? In other words, free market, or is there something else that can be done to stabilize or even increase if possible?
Sure. So it's my understanding there's the milk order, the federal milk order, but Maine does not participate in that because we have the tier program. The tier program is unique, and a lot of states are actually very jealous of what we have here in Maine, from what I remember from previous testimony on this program. And the federal milk order does not really work well for the state of Maine, as we've heard, because of where we are. We're unique, where we don't have the infrastructure to have the really large farms. I just said that they have 850 cows. Their farm alone is the reason that cows outnumber people here in Knox. And we still have 3 other dairy farms in Knox. But just our geographical location, we're an end of the line state. We only border one other state in the nation. We have short growing season. All these things add up to be a problem and difficult, a difficult situation for our farmers. So the tier program, when it was implemented, really was a turning point for the dairy industry. When my family went out of dairy in 87, there was no tier program. They didn't have a choice but to sell their cows. If they had the tier program in place then, I may still live on a dairy farm. I mean, I still live on a dairy farm, but we don't do dairy anymore. So I think that we need to look at this, implement at least what the minimum increase is that has been proposed with this study, or possibly look into there may be some other suggestions that have been made, that will be made, based on the fact that the pandemic has caused additional problems for our dairy farmers. But again, I really stress that we need to make sure this goes into a supplemental budget so that we can get this support for our farmers and keep them going. We're at a critical turning point in our dairy industry in Maine.
Mr. Chair, may I have a second question, please?
Sure.
Could you just briefly explain what the tier program is? Just very quickly, if you can, Representative.
I was asked to do that once at a Farm Bureau meeting for legislators, and that's a tough one.
Okay.
I've been doing this. I'm in my 8th year. The tier program to me is still very confusing, but I'm starting to understand some of what it does. It is a supplement. It is a stabilization for our dairy farmers, as was explained. I think it was either Julie Marie or Nancy McGrady that mentioned that it's a subsidy to get the dairy farmer their price per hundredweight based on their cost, that they have no control over what they're getting for milk prices. The dairies that are collecting the milk are who set the price of what they will pay the dairy farmer. And it's never been what it costs the dairy farmer in their production. Rising grain costs, rising fuel costs, rising costs of labor, all are affecting our dairy farmers, and they're just not being paid fair market value for their product. So this helps get them to fair market value, sort of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Kinney, for your testimony, and good to see you, if not in person. And I wanted to ask, I look forward to working with everybody on the tier program and bringing these much needed changes. You had also referenced that we might hear some further suggestions today. So I wanted to welcome that from farmers who are testifying. But I also wanted to ask you if you had any suggestions you wanted to make now, or maybe we could touch base going forward.
I have not gone into that to get that in depth because I wanted to let that come from the farmers who are actually working with us. As I said, I don't have cows on the farm anymore. I do understand what quotas can do. as a maple producer in Canada, they do quotas and they force the maple producers to stop making maple syrup at a certain point, or they start getting fines. And I believe you may end up hearing, I'm not sure if they're in here, but I believe there is a farm that has been willing to pay the fines rather than go to a quota, that the production, by producing more than their quota, they're actually covering the cost of their fines that they're getting for producing producing milk, because they'd rather keep the cows going, keep them healthy, and it's actually working out to their advantage. I'm hoping that it's something I've heard. It's not something that I know I didn't speak directly to the farm that I was told was doing this, but I'm hoping that we will hear from someone that is in that kind of a case, and they're going to know better what numbers will help them. And I hope that, and I can work with the farms in my area and sit down with them and see what I can do to find out what numbers that they would like. I guess I do have one set of numbers in it. They couldn't give me a tier 3 number, but they said that they had heard something about 24 for tier 1, 22 to 23 for tier 2, $20.50 for tier 4. But then again, I think that the study here is actually a little bit different. So I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure what the numbers are that they are looking at, but I'm sure we'll be able to hear from some farmers that can give us better ideas of that.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
Just so I don't have to repeat it later to farmers, that's something I'd really like to hear is what more we can do to support you on, labor and processing and all kinds of stuff you need. So how can the ACF committee support you?
Great, thank you. Just a FYI, if you didn't know, next Tuesday we are having a Dairy 101 where the department will be there, Milk Commission will be there, and the Maine Dairy Industry Association will also be there to go over the tier program and just what's happening with dairy, so that we'll have this information. So when we have our work session, hopefully we'll mostly be brought up to speed. Are there any other questions for Representative Kinney? Seeing none. Representative Hall, did you want to? Yep, thank you, Marianne. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Just trying to move along. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and the rest of the Agricultural Committee. My name's Randy Hall, and I do sit on this committee. I'm a 8th generation dairy farmer. I've only got just a few notes here together, but one of the things that I do hear from dairy farmers around is this program, this tier program, is a lifeline. This is what's keeping many people afloat. I remember as a kid growing up here in Wilton, there was several dairy farms, and as of a month ago, we are now the last dairy farm. Our family farm is the last dairy farm in our town. The numbers that we've been using on the tier program go back, I believe, to 2011. The new numbers that have come out are a study that was done 2019. And I know one of the big issues is the rising cost of energy. Fuel prices are up over 50% for many of us. Electricity, 80%, all because of the PUC granted CMP, who claimed they wasn't making a profit. So they allowed them to jack their prices as of January 1st. Milk prices didn't change as of January 1st. Actually, for the farmers, we wait a month to see what kind of what we are going to get paid. So I believe these numbers that we're going to be hearing here today from, and I know there's many farmers in the queue here, they're going to bring up a lot more issues and ideas and whatnot, but some of these numbers are probably actually lower than what we need, because I know the cost of production has gone up significantly
here just in the past year. So with that, I will turn it back over to Senator Dill. I'll be happy to answer any questions, or I'm sure there are others that will be able to bring up a lot more topics and ideas.
Are there any questions for Representative Hall? Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good morning again, Representative Hall. This is probably a far out question, but what if the dairy industry were to start all over again in the state of Maine? I have no preconceived ideas about this, but what if we just got rid of price controls? We got rid of subsidies. What would happen if that sort of situation were to occur, we'll say next month or next year? What do you visualize would happen if it were just left to the market, period? What kind of ramifications would occur? Thank you.
Well, I think that's a great idea, Representative Schofield. But here's the problem: the milk pricing is controlled by the federal order, which is controlled by the USDA or the federal market. There are no processors now that are owned, to my knowledge, within large processors that are owned by a Maine company. I believe the last one, Oakhurst, sold out to DFA here a couple of years ago. HB Hood is owned by an out-of-state company. So they all do their pricing according to what the federal order basically tells them that they have to pay for milk, and it's figured on a national basis. So I don't see where that can actually happen.
So we're intricately tied to the federal system, and there's no way around it. Thank you.
That's
there are other questions for Representative Hall.
correct.
All right, seeing none. The next three that I have, Cheryl, to testify is Tade Sullivan,
Excuse me? Yep, he's
Yep.
already online. Yep,
Amy Winston, and Annie Watson.
sure.
So with that, Mr. Sullivan, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tade Sullivan. I'm part of a fourth generation dairy family and the executive director of the Maine Dairy Industry Association. I grew up a little north and a little west of here in upstate New York. I've milked cows in 20 degrees below winters, and I've also accumulated a little over 20 years of experience in farm policy through my work as a legislative hand for congressional representatives, for senior roles in the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and as a staunch advocate on behalf of our nation's farmers. Maine dairy farmers, I think you'll agree, are innovative, and it's reflected in the tapestry of how our farms are run and market themselves. They range the gamut from small operations, less than 10 cows, to those with hundreds milking heads. There is a strong influence of farm to table, on-farm processing, artisanal, and organic movements in our state. Maine sensibilities have led the way in humane treatment of animals and conservation-minded on-farm practices. But one common thread I think you'll find is woven through all Maine farms, and that is that they are run by families. From the smallest to the largest, these are operations that support families. Whether you look at a person like Jason Tessier, who you'll hear from today, who proudly has brought his 18-year-old daughter as the primary cutter into his organic meat and dairy operation, or Annie Watson, who as a first-generation organic farmer is breathing new life into a historic Maine dairy while she and her husband are raising toddlers, or Bill Bullard, who makes ice cream and markets milk on a larger conventional dairy on ground that his family has proudly turned since the days of the Revolutionary War. Our organization, which represents all of Maine dairy farming operations, endorses the passage of LD 1805, which makes long-needed adjustments to the cost of production figures to the Maine Dairy Stabilization Program. As you know, then Governor Baldacci worked with the Maine legislature to create this first-in-the-nation mechanism to help stabilize price fluctuations for dairy farmers in our state. The stabilization program has prevented a greater loss of Maine dairy farms. And I will tell you that that's not just hyperbole. Several studies have reaffirmed that the Maine losses are at a slower rate than other states in our region. For example, there was a study by the University of Maine's Dylan Bouchard that examined the program since its original inception, and it concluded that it's not only valuable that it prevents farm exits, but it also enables farms to remain longer in business. A paper authored by researchers from Emory University, University of North Carolina, and the University of Maine noted that without the tier program, quote, our results indicate that there would have been approximately 67% fewer farms and 70% less milk produced in the Maine dairy industry by the end of the observed period. An element of the underlying legislation that allows this program to stay relevant is the fact that that you require the cost of production figures to be regularly updated by the Maine Milk Commission. These cost of production figures are based on an objective survey. It's not a subjective thumb into the wind and trying to figure out what the costs look like. They actually rely on actual income statements from dairy farms.
You need to start wrapping up, Tate, okay?
That based on that survey, they had a high response rate from the Maine Milk Commission. However, the updated cost of production figures have not been adopted by the legislature for almost 10 years. The figures that are currently used in the tier program were last updated in 2012. There have been 4 updates to the tier program cost of production figures since the legislation's inception. That was in 2004 when the legislation was enacted, in 2006, in 2010, and then in 2012. So the tier program figures that are used to calculate the payment today originate in that update in 2012. The proposal that is in front of you today is LD 1805 is a modest increase in cost of production. And I want to emphasize that the cost of production figures in the study don't make Maine dairy farmers whole. It does not include, as an example, depreciation for equipment. It does not include the management of these families. It does not include family labor that's assumed in cost of production. So our industry is facing, rising input costs and inflation at the same time that all consumers are experiencing the same thing in a time of economic uncertainty. We urge the committee to accept these important changes and adopt the proposed rule by the Department of Agriculture. I appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions either now or in the work session. As Senator Dill had indicated, Julie Marie and I do plan on coming back to do a little legislative history and an in-depth dive into the milk industry with a Dairy 101 presentation.
I would remind everyone too that we are limited to 3 minutes in testimony, and when I ask you to wrap up, I hope that you will wrap up. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next is Amy Winston.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the committee. I'm pleased to testify in support of LD 1805 on behalf of Coastal Enterprises. My name is Amy Winston, and I live in Edgecombe. CEI is a nonprofit community development financial institution. It's based in Brunswick. Our organization has advised and financed farm and food-related businesses since its founding in 1977. We see the dairy industry as the backbone of Maine's agricultural economy. as it relies on many ancillary services to function, and it maintains large swaths of farmland in production. Dairy farms have defined Maine's rural and working landscapes for generations and are deeply invested in their rural communities. For these reasons, CEI has identified dairy farms as a key lending priority, knowing that access to flexible operating capital is key to an industry at the mercy of federally mandated milk prices. So we're just talking about, they do not often reflect the true costs of production here in Maine. As an institution that provides financing, we have learned how critical this policy is to these businesses and to the surrounding communities. While no panacea, the Dairy Stabilization or TIER program helps bridge the gap between wholesale prices and that dairy farmers receive and their actual production costs. So we believe it is a key reason, as the person who went before me said, why Maine has lost fewer dairies over time as compared to our New England neighbors. We support the updated price adjustments derived from the survey undertaken by rule by the Maine Milk Commission. These target prices reflect the current cost of producing milk in Maine. The policy is inclusive with its full focus on dairy farms of all sizes and farming practices. And in creating this program, the state has made an explicit commitment to support this industry, as its well-being is crucial to Maine's culture and economy. The proposed rule faithfully integrates the dual purpose and intent of the Milk Commission statute to reflect the true cost of milk production and to support the well-being of the industry as a whole. To calculate the cost of production, the Commission does consider public health and safety, the current supply, prices in other states, and increased costs due to weather, seasonality, other conditions affecting the competitiveness of Maine's dairy farms. And that does include infrastructure, markets, and the benefits of preserving Maine's working landscapes. The bill's emergency status will get relief to farmers immediately, providing some stability. The legislative intent is aligned and reinforced by the objectives of Maine's current 10-year economic development strategy to foster innovation in Maine's natural resource industries. CEI encourages the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1805. And I thank you for considering our testimony. If it is helpful, we would be happy to answer any questions. I can bring somebody from lending to the work session, or we could answer any written questions relative to financing in the dairy industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Amy? It might be helpful, yes, if you are at the work session. If we have any questions on financing and stuff, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, next up is Annie Watson, followed by Cheryl Carson, Cliff Kramer, and Dick Perkins. Welcome, Annie.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Annie Watson, and I'm joining you today from my farm in Whitefield to speak on behalf of the Maine organic milk producers, as well as an organic dairy farmer in support of LD 1805. I'm a first-generation dairy farmer. My husband, Michael Moody, and I are co-owners of Sheepscot Valley Farm, where we live with our 3 young children, one of whom may or may not make an appearance on the Zoom today. We milk approximately 55 Holsteins in Whitefield, and we farm around 400 acres in the surrounding areas. We purchased our farm in 2013 from a retiring dairy farmer. We've made tremendous capital investments in infrastructure and equipment to be more efficient and produce the best product possible. We're members of the Crop Co-op and owners of the Organic Valley brand of products. In addition to serving as president of the Maine Organic Milk Producers, I serve on the boards of MAFCA and MDIA. I urge you to support the proposed rule based on the Maine Milk Commission's 2019 Cost of Production Survey. The current levels are based on outdated data collected in 2012, and we're in need of the adjustment. The cost to produce milk, be it conventional or organic, have only risen since 2012 and continue to rise year over year. The only number not rising is the pay price to farms. The tier helps relieve some of the financial pressures associated with these rising costs. It does not make us whole or allow us to be complacent as operators. What it does do is allow us to make informed management decisions for our operations to improve our sustainability and viability in a market that is constantly shifting, often not in our favor. The 2019 Cost of Production Survey is a fair representation of how dairy farmers' costs have changed since the last update. It's based on real numbers collected from our dairies and reflects costs associated with the last normal year we can recall before the COVID-19 pandemic. It's my belief that basing these calculations in data provides a stronger case for continuing the tier program into the future. Maine is unique in so many ways, especially in the support we have for agriculture, both conventional and organic, and the products grown and made here. Tier program is one such example of that support. The dairy industry in the state has been provided with some stability in the form of the tier program since its creation in 2005. Not only does the program help keep our conventional farms viable by giving them a more predictable milk price, it also helps organic farms offset some of our rising costs. It's almost guaranteed that every dollar in the tier payment to Maine dairy farms goes right back into the local economy. Not only does the program help support dairy farms, it supports the local equipment dealer, the local general store, the local fuel company, the local farm store, and the numerous businesses in between, all of which make up the greater agricultural economy that is an integral part of Maine. I'm grateful to the legislature and the people of Maine for the continued support of our dairies. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for being here, Ms. Watson. I do have a specific question. I'm up in the middle of Aroostook County, and we have a large number of Amish farms. And I understand from a bill that I worked on with Senator Maxman back a while ago that you have Amish farms, or at least one, in the Whitefield area. Our Amish farms up here, up until a year or so ago, had, I think just about every one of them had a dairy herd going into the organic market. And then all of a sudden, those disappeared. And I think I remember seeing something in this legislative process that would answer that question. Could you tell me why that may have happened?
I can't speak specifically to what's happened in Aroostook. In Whitefield, we don't currently have any dairies. They're all, for the most part, builders, all the Amish community. But I do know that there have been limitations due to trucking placed on some herds, on some farms, excuse me, that there's a minimum amount that they're allowed to ship, and I believe that's 1,000 pounds. Representative Hall might know as well, but other than that, I know there are some decisions that some farms make based off, especially the Amish, because they have such succession within their own families. They make decisions based off of other factors that might not be a part of English, as they call us, English non-Amish farmers' decision-making process. So I wish I could speak more to it, but I apologize. That's the best to my knowledge is what I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Moving on, Cheryl, I see we have Cliff Kramer, but we don't have Cheryl Carson or Dick Perkins. Are they not available? Are they perhaps over at Farm Bureau? I believe
No,
it was going.
Representative Kinney gave Cheryl Carson's testimony.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Okay.
And who was the other one, sir?
Dick Perkins.
Yeah, he's not there. So.
Okay. I didn't know. I thought that there were going to be several.
I have a raised hand under Heath Miller. Do you want me to?
Yep, sure.
that person.
That might be it. So go ahead and let Heath Miller in because he's in the next group anyway. So after Cliff Kramer, we have Eric Sochier in Robinson and Heath Miller. So okay, so we'll start with Cliff Kramer though.
Okay, there's 7 Heath Millers, just to let you know.
How many?
7.
That may be where they all are then.
Yep.
Okay, we'll start with Cliff Kramer.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak. Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the committee. I'm an equipment dealer, Kramer's Incorporated in Sydney. Been representing, working with dairy farmers for 55 years in this business. I've done it for over 40 myself. We're very much in support of this tier program and would even like to see the amendment to the tier program go through also. We're just losing dairy farms week after week after week, and I don't think the state can really support the losing of this business and also the supporting business that goes behind these dairy farms. Eventually we have lost supporting businesses and we'll lose more supporting businesses. The amendment to the tier program is well justified. We've seen equipment costs, supply costs in the last 2 years go up 20 and 30%. For example, something as simple as bale wrap, a roll of bale wrap that they put on their baleage. Last summer, it came in at $90 a roll, and that product went up $30 in a matter of 6 months. And the price of milk did not change a bit. That everything's always said in the past that these dairy farmers get more efficient, they can survive it. Well, they've been so efficient for the last 20 years that they've lost how to be any more efficient. So I think the whole slogan here is save the Maine dairy farmer. And if you do, you're going to be saving a lot of supporting businesses too. So I thank you for my time, and if you've got any questions, feel free to ask them.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Kramer? Seeing none, we will thank you, and we'll move over to Heath Miller. And Heath, who's actually here? Heath, which Heath Miller are you?
Well, this is Dick Perkins. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Dick.
Okay. Distinguished Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Dick Perkins. My family and I own and operate Alpha Slopes Farms in Charleston. And before I go any further, I would like to comment that I've really enjoyed the background on Representative O'Neill's photo on this Zoom meeting. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1805. The Maine tier program has been extremely important to our family. It's essentially kept the doors open. We've seen large increases in input costs from fuel and labor to parts, seed, and fertilizer. Fertilizer for 2022 is projected to be up over 100% from last year, if it's available. All these costs have to be absorbed somehow. Most businesses have the ability to pass these costs on to the market or consumers directly. Maine's dairy farm families do not have that ability. Recently, I received a letter from my co-op explaining that Holland would be going up this coming March. You see, we pay the freight on all of our inputs from grain to tractor parts and then have to pay the cost of getting our product to market. It's kind of an archaic system, but it's what we have. When I started farming in 1980, we received $15.12 per hundredweight for our milk from Footman's Dairy in Brewer. Adjusted for inflation today, that would be $35.23 a hundred. So I'm hopeful that you can see how important this program is to all Maine dairy farms, as well as the businesses that support us, from feed mills to equipment dealers to veterinarians and our local banks. I'd like to thank you for the support that the dairy industry has received in the past, and I'd like to thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Perkins? All right, seeing none, the next three we have is, thank you for your testimony. The next three we have is Eric Socia, Ethan Robertson, and Heath Miller. Are any of those three available?
They will need to raise their hands.
Yep.
I'm not sure who they are.
Okay, we see one raised hand under Heath Miller.
Okay, I'm promoting that person. And I'll promote this one.
Yep, there's two of them.
And
Okay. So who do we have now for Heath Miller? We have two Heath. Yep.
So I believe, hold on here, let me get my, can you hear me?
Yes, and you are?
I am the real Heath Miller.
Okay. You're the real Heath Miller. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. So thank you all for allowing me to speak today. Senator Chair Dill and Chair O'Neill and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Agriculture. Like I said, my name is Heath Miller, and I do want to thank you for what you do as state lawmakers. I, for one, am a school board chair, so I've had the opportunity to be a school board chair during the last 2 years of a pandemic. So I know what it's like not to be the most famous person in the grocery store all the time. So I feel for you all. I'm a 5th generation dairy farmer from Newburgh, and I speak today urging you to accept the new tier numbers listed in the 2019 cost of production study. Currently, our farm supports 2 generations, 4 full-time employees. We milk 190 cows, shipping approximately 6.5 million pounds of milk annually. So this will put us in the middle of tier 3. The last 2 years have been extremely hard on everyone, regardless of your industry. But I can assure you, without the support of the tier program, the dairy industry would be in grave danger. Projections for the next few months look very promising. This is good news, but doesn't diminish the need for the program. LD 1805 is a safety net, and it's important that we remember that as we look at the recommended tier numbers per state statute brought to you per state statute. Our short run break even. These means it'll allow the farm to break even and the fixed cost will not change in the short run. We all know the costs have changed since this study was conducted, and we all know the cost will change again before this enacted legislation comes back before you in 3 years. I urge you to trust in the study that was conducted and pass LD 1805. I also urge you to take a bit of time and read a publication from 2018 by Yan Chen of Emory University. In the conclusion and discussion section, paragraph 3, it states, we compared the forecasted numbers of farms that exit without price support to the observed number of farms that exit with price support. As expected, our results indicate that the program has had a substantial impact on preventing farm exits. The last time we were in front of you, Representative Pluker in his closing remarks suggested that work needed to be done at the federal level to change the federal order. We at MDIA also agree with that. MDIA has spent a substantial amount of time and money pursuing this. Myself and our legal counsel has been on many Zoom calls and have made 2 in-person trips to DC in the last few months. A New York senator, Senator Gillibrand, has presented a bill to require the USDA to hold federal order hearings and has support from both of our main senator. If anyone ever has any questions about that, I'd be happy to meet with you and tell you some of the things that we've been doing. One of the other things that we've done at the federal level is hoping for a pass of the budget. We will be the recipients of a congressional directed spending request to help Maine dairy farmers. I shouldn't say dairy farmers, all Maine farmers with labor. So that hopefully, pending the passing of the federal budget, that will come here to Maine also. So if we've learned anything from the last few years, Maine dairy farmers and their families, we have learned nothing. We have learned nothing but one thing in the past 2 years. We need farms, locally sourced food grown, produced, processed, and distributed locally. I will continue to fight at the federal level to help ask you to urge LD 1805. Thank you for your time and be happy to ask any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Miller? Seeing none.
You
Thank you
may
very much.
run into another Heath Miller along the way. There were a few people that were signed up but didn't have the link. So you may run into another Heath Miller, but I am the real Heath Miller. So
Yeah, there are several more out there. So thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Eric Socia.
Good morning. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good morning. My name is Eric Saucier, and I'm here today representing Central Maine Dairy Equipment support for LD 1805. Central Maine Dairy is a small Central Maine company that supports dairy farmers across the state of Maine. Our work ranges from refrigeration, electrical installation, repair, milking parlor installation and maintenance, barn equipment, and anything else we can do to help keep our farms operating from a mechanical point of view. We currently employ 17 members that come from various walks of life. Our dairy technicians come from construction, electrical, HVAC, and dairy farming backgrounds. Dairy farming is constantly evolving, and to keep techs up to speed, constant education is a must. Every time we set out for more training, we are adding value to the employee, the business, the dairy farmers, and the economy in general. A perfect example of this is the introduction to robotic milking in the state. In October of 2020, we installed the first 2 milking robots in Maine. None of us had ever worked on voluntary milking systems, and although we still have a lot to learn, we are developing the infrastructure needed for widespread robotic milking in Maine. We often meet with farmers to talk about their future with this new technology. Although most are excited about the technology, the conversations often turn to market uncertainty and rising costs. In our current situation, inputs are going up faster than we have ever seen. Dairy milking equipment is not exempt from this trend. In fact, in a typical year, suppliers would often have an annual price increase at the turn of the year. This year, we have major suppliers that make substantial increases at 3 different times. Some of these increases were as large as 10%. Furthermore, some of our vendors that deal with material like steel or copper will not hold pricing on a project estimate longer than 24 hours. The rising costs are real, and they're here to stay for the foreseeable future. A fair amount of dairy operations talk about waiting to see what is going to happen before committing to an upgrade. This has created a trickle-down effect to supporting companies like ours. Let me use our small company quickly to illustrate the trickle-down effect. As I said earlier, Central Maine Dairy has 7 skilled employees. These are well-paid positions, with most employees requiring company service vehicles due to the nature of the work. Between wages, vehicles, and equipment acquisitions, operating costs, continued education, fuel, parts, insurances, and maintaining assets, the vast majority of our income gets injected directly back into local Maine economy one way or the other. We work hard to keeping our money local, as we don't see the long-term benefit of sending our money to a cheaper online vendor. The vast majority of dairy farmers we deal with feel the same way. Keeping business local provides a lot of value to them and the community around them. Although dairy farmers aren't our only customer, there is no denying they are our core customer, and without them, there would not be Central Maine Dairy Equipment as we know it today. The tier program has helped farmers survive. Reviewing the latest data on operating costs and adjusting the rates would seem appropriate, especially given the current economic climate. The vast majority of farmers don't want to survive, they want to thrive. They need a business that will attract the next generation to keep aspiring people to feed our state. A thriving environment attracts talented people into our lane and makes agriculture in general more attractive in a world full of work opportunities. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and hope I projected our support for LD 1805 appropriately. I know we can all agree on the positive impact dairy farmers have on the local economy and the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Saucier? All right, Representative Hall.
Yeah, thanks for being here in your testimony. I know that the reason people are looking at going.
You're frozen up. Representative Hall, you're frozen.
But because of the the increased cost in labor, and also ballpark figure. Okay. I'll get back on later. Nope.
Sorry, Randy. I'd love to answer your question, though.
You want to try it again, Randy?
Yeah, what my question was, I know that people are going with robots, looking into robots because of the increased cost of labor and whatnot. Could you just give us a quick estimate what a robot would cost?
A quick number. All situations are different. This is that's a hard question to answer, but in general, the cost per robot is actually going down right now because the technology is getting more advanced and it's more readily available. I would say 4 years ago, 5 years ago, was probably 250,000 for a robot to be operating, when we call it to the tank, right? So you're in a barn, for the robot itself and all the supporting equipment going into the tank you already own. It was 4 or 5 years ago, it probably cost 250,000. Nowadays it's down probably, 200, 225. And the more robots you install, obviously the cheaper the cost, just by the value of quantity. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of customers that want to get into robotics because labor becomes an issue. And also the quality of life. I mean, if you want to attract someone to your business and tell them they're going to work 100 hours a week and 50 of those are for free, it's kind of a hard sell. So robots are appealing because you can still go to your kids' games. You can still go to legislative meetings like this, or just be in the town council, or whatever you want to do outside of just dairy farming. And I think that's important to be competitive in today's world.
But it's still a major investment.
Absolutely huge investment. Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from Mr. Socia? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We have another
Thank you.
Heath Miller down here on our screen. Who is this Heath Miller, if you want to speak up? I guess maybe there isn't anybody there. So I will move on to Jason Tessier.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm a small dairy producer and processor in Skowhegan, Maine. All of our products are sold locally. We do bottle and we do wholesale to some stores, but we do not ship milk. And I am not directly impacted by the tiered program, but I am part of the greater dairy industry, and it's extremely important to me. I support the proposed rule from the Department of Agriculture. The Maine dairy industry represents about $2.7 billion per year, or 4% of Maine's GDP. And our 180 dairy farmers in Maine, it's actually slightly below that now, I think, creates just shy of 15,000 good jobs in our state. Many of the farms that support that industry are in jeopardy, and the infrastructure that those farms support are also in jeopardy. Without those farms, who will support our feed dealers, our equipment dealers, our veterinarians, our truckers, and other support services? It's going to take all of our dairy farms, including mine, milking 6 cows, to the largest dairy farms, milking hundreds of cows, to keep that infrastructure viable. The tier program has proven itself to be effective to slow the loss of dairy farms in Maine. And I think my number's off a little bit here because I'm not part of the tier program, but the cost of production figures are definitely outdated. And I urge you to adopt the legislation of the 2019 survey, knowing that it's already outdated and going to be more so before it's, we change again. But it is based on some good solid numbers and a real study. I think Ms. Kinney asked about real prices, and in particular, I'm hesitant to put numbers out there because we don't have any that are based on any real study, and every one of our farms would have different numbers, and that's very hard in the legislative process, I understand. So I support the study and the numbers that came from a good source. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is John Nutting, followed by Jim Thomas, Julianne Smith, and Mary Castengay. Good morning, John. I guess it's still morning.
Everybody hear me?
Yes.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, other distinguished members of the
Ag Committee. My name is John Nutting. I'm a former Leeds dairy farmer for 44 years and, of course, former Senate Chair of this committee for 10 years. Speaking in today in favor of LD 1805. I will add that usually when I come before a committee I served on, they benefit with a homemade apple pie. I'm not able to do that today, but if somebody made a note of it, I probably could come up with a pie if you ever do get back in person. I've been involved since 1991 as a legislator, farmer, private citizen in the dairy tier program in its initial development, court challenges, and implementation. Basically, through a handling fee and general fund appropriations, Maine has had the best program in the United States for helping dairy farmers stay in business. However, recent worldwide adoption of sexed semen and the pandemic have, to me, placed increased pressure on the dairy tier program to perform at even a higher level of success. The original dairy tier program in 2002, we spent weeks going over this program to try to make sure that it didn't advantage one size farmer over another. The original task force recognized that because of Maine's topography, most farmers couldn't milk 400 to 800 cows if you had to, because you just couldn't provide feed enough for that number of animals. I mentioned that we started in 2002. You've heard the number 2004. We started this program. We lost it due to legal issues. This program has had federal judges rule on it. It has had the US Supreme Court rule on it to run it a certain way to meet interstate commerce clause and legal issues. Last time we did this, we had 231 farms. We now have about 180. So we've lost 50 small, good farms. The new cost of production numbers are kind of $23 for 60 cows, tier 1, $21.44 for 180 cows on average, tier 2, $20.93 for tier 3, 400 cows, and $20.20 for a tier 4, an average of around 1,400 cows. If you can't adopt these numbers, at least try to set the target tiers for all 4 tiers that are equally close to what these cost of production numbers are, so that you don't advantage one size over another. Now, I mentioned these court cases. It's Westland Creamy versus Healy, 1994. I delivered years ago a copy of all 3 of these to the Ag Department. 512 US 186, State of Connecticut 2205, and another one is 121 L period ED period 2D 157. These are all court case numbers. But they set out 6 things that we need to be doing in order to keep this program legal. Many things we are doing. We're separating the money in to the money out to the farmers, and they don't match. We're doing a great job at that. We do regular cost of production studies. That's been done. We held regular public hearings on this program. That's been done. The court said we can't eliminate one farm. Years ago, a very large farm said they didn't want to participate, didn't want to receive any money. We properly said, you can't do that. You must receive the check for us to maintain the legality of the system. Years ago, some tried to eliminate all the organic farms. Legally, you cannot do that. So we're doing all those things. But one of the things the court decision said was the payout targets set must float and depend upon the cost of production studies. They can't be stagnant. And I'm very concerned that our cost of production numbers that we use for farms have been stagnant now for about 9 years. And that legally is not a good situation to be in. We can't give one farm advantage over another. I have concerns in that area as well. Legal issues, pretty much 99% of the farms we're losing are coming from tier 1 and 2. So we need to make these changes to keep the farmers in business to update using the new numbers, but we also need to do this in order to make sure this program is legal. Some dairies and some large store chains are not pleased with the program, and so we need to make sure to make this program pass legal muster.
Can you finish up in a few sentences, John, please?
Yeah, no problem. You know, if you have to set the tiers at 22 and 21 and 20 and 1950, something like that, we in 04 and 07 and 2010, we made the department give us many different printouts over a 10-day period so we could think about things and compare one set of numbers to another as far as its effect on the general fund. So please go fast, but take your time. If I could end with that. The industry depends upon it. Thank you for your testimony. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Mr. Nutting, I know that there's a conversation that we've had in the past around how the flow through occurs through the tiers. So a larger farm would be paid at a higher rate, at the higher rate of a lower farm for a certain portion of the year. And this might affect how the tier program works down the line. Could you talk about that for a moment?
Yes, this is what you'll run into when you're doing your cost estimates for various printouts at the department. Say you want to adopt the numbers, 23 and 2144 and 2093 and 2021. But if you're going to pay the biggest 18 farms that are averaging around 1,400 cows a farm, if you're going to pay them for a while at the $23 level, and then for a while at the $21 level, it may make the total cost of the program more than what you think you can afford. So that's the balancing act. That was the back in 02, everybody wanted to receive the same pay level. We could not afford that. And so the flow through the tiers was set up at that time. It didn't cost a huge amount of money then because back in 02, believe it or not, the biggest farm in Maine milked 275 cows. That's it. And so it didn't cost much to pay them at the small farm rate for a while. But that's much different now. So, even if you due to money had to set the tiers at set the target prices at 22 and 2120 and 1950 and 19 and had everybody stay in their tiers, you would at least look and compare what the cost is of that. And it's just one of the things you have to take into account. You're balancing the need, not giving one size farm an advantage over another, but of course you've got to look at the total cost of the program as well.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Julianne Smith.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Julianne Smith, and I am the Executive Director of Maine Farm Bureau, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We have represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine for 70 years, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our organic and conventional farmers today, testifying in support of LD 1805. The majority of Maine's 7,600 farms are small family-run operations. I'm not sure that we actually have more than one or two farms that have more than 1,400 cows that are milking. On average, the state of Maine collectively produces 4 million pounds of milk annually. That's all of the farms throughout the state. And that milk that provides the citizens of Maine access to local fluid milk, cheese, yogurt, and other nutritious dairy products. However, it is a small drop in the bucket compared to nearby states like New York that produces 63 million pounds of milk annually. As competition from other states increases, it is imperative that Maine invest in the tier program. Currently, dairy farmers have only two ways to increase their profitability: diversification or increasing size. As most dairy farms belong to a co-op, increasing production is not possible, as most co-ops have implemented quota systems that charge farmers for exceeding production quotas. Diversification can be difficult and expensive for farmers to implement and unlikely to be successful for dairy farms, as milk production is year-round and time-intensive. If we do not protect the main dairy farms currently producing milk, we will continue to see the loss of dairy farms until there are none left. In 1945, Maine had 5,100 dairy farms. That number has decreased to 187 dairies currently. Our Tier 4 farms help our Tier 1 farms, ensuring their milk will be picked up and transported to processing facilities, and all dairy farms help feed Maine people, provide jobs, pay taxes, and offer choices to consumers. While we strongly support the proposed increases of LD 1805, we do wonder if it is enough. The current tier program is based on the cost of production study from 2010. The cumulative rate of inflation between 2010 and 2022 is 27.5%. That is not a percent that is reflected in the proposed numbers. While the 2019 cost of production study incorporated some of the increased input costs, we worry that the dramatic cost changes due to the COVID pandemic are not reflected in the proposed numbers. Dairy farms serve as the backbone of Maine agriculture, providing the infrastructure that allows small farms to start new and grow bigger, supporting communities with jobs, investment, and local spending. We respectfully ask your support in this critical investment that protects local food production and the future of Maine's agriculture industry. I thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Mary Castonguay, followed by Paul Peters, Simon Alexander, and William Bullard. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Mary Castonguay, and I am the co-owner, along with my brother Peter, of Castonguay Ashiers LLC. We are the only dairy farm left in the town of Livermore, and our small farm supports 3 families directly. But we also do substantial amounts of business with over 30 small businesses in our community and around the state. Along with the financial impact we have in the business community, our farm keeps large tracts of land open for hunting and snowmobiling. And this helps our local community by bringing in hunters and snowmobilers who use our local convenience stores, gas stations, and other support services in the community. The tier program is very important to our farm sustainability, and it also helps all the other family dairy farms in the state of Maine. It has kept many farms in business, sometimes while they've been getting paid the same price that they received in the 1970s. The price update from the 2019 study does a lot to help out the farmers and to bring the numbers more in line with today's costs. But as you've heard, these numbers are already starting to fall short due to the pandemic and the rising prices. Even though these numbers fall short, I strongly urge you to accept these changes and help support the Maine dairy industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from anyone? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have, it appears to be Simon Alexander on the phone. Simon, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I was actually just pulling into a farm, so I'll get back in my car so you don't have to hear the milk pumps running. So I'm a large animal veterinarian based in Exeter. I provide services to farms from Unity to Fort Kent. I grew up in Easton in Central Worcester County, and I live in Western Penobscot County. I've been involved in the dairy industry for 30 of my 43 years, taking care of the health of the herd as a vet for 17 of those years. Although the vast majority of my clients aren't commercial dairy farmers who ship milk, more than 2/3 of my income comes from these rapidly dwindling dairy farms. As of the end of 21, I've lost almost twice as many dairy clients as I currently have. Each one of those former farms wasn't just a client, friend, and source of income for me. They were also their own ecosystem, an integral part of the rural Maine economy. They spent money at the feed stores, the equipment dealerships, the fuel distributors, and the seed and fertilizer outfits. They hired local kids to throw bales, paid taxes, and served on the school boards and in town government. Unlike other Maine farms that sell a group of calves or chickens once a year or a crop of potatoes or apples over a season, dairy farms ship product every day and get a milk check twice a month. That regular milk check flows back out into every nook and cranny of our rural state. It provides key support to the rest of the agricultural infrastructure that is utilized by the horse owners, the hobby sheep farms, and the organic kale growers. Although it may be a tough pill for them to swallow, those horse owners and sheep hobbyists only have a veterinarian because the real Heath Miller is milking cows with his dad in Newburgh. The same is true for most of the other parts of our agricultural infrastructure. We're a unique state, rural, poor, stuck up here in the corner of the country. We're fiercely independent, but with a strong tradition of feeding not just ourselves, but our neighbors to the south. In some ways, we've lost the practical implementation of that tradition over the past century, as our apple, egg, broiler, and meat industries have collapsed. We still have the remnants of those industries in the collective memory of that strength, witnessed in derelict chicken houses, abandoned orchards, and stone walls running through mature hardwood stands. Most of what we have left is the core of our potato production and a rapidly contracting dairy farm population. According to that paper that Mr. Miller cited, if it wasn't for the tier program, we'd probably have lost 75% more of our dairies than we've already seen go out, and with it, the infrastructure and open space that those cows support. It's hard to say if we'd have enough infrastructure in Presque to keep that core of potato growers rolling without the cows of central Maine. Those cows are going to be gone if the state doesn't help them stick around. It's impossible to know what the future holds for agriculture in our state. We may see most of the rest of our commercial farms go out and be left with some small boutique ag serving the tourists and rich folks on the coast, much like Massachusetts has done. Or, if continued resource depletion and rising energy prices continue as they have, and the vision of Ag Commissioner Amanda Beal holds true, we may see a resurgence of food production here that makes Maine the centerpiece of a vibrant New England food system. Although we can't see what that looks like from here, we do know that we'll need open land, port, and most importantly, skilled Maine farmers who can work with that land and those animals to again feed ourselves and our neighbors. If we want that opportunity, we need to keep those skills alive by keeping the farms alive. Adopting the updated cost of production numbers will go a long way to keep those farms alive. Thank you for your consideration and support of the Maine dairy farmer. And in a quick answer to one of the Aroostook County representative's questions about the Amish farms in Easton, yes, there were 10 there. I did all their work 3 years ago. There are 3 currently shipping milk, and if you'd like to know the details of that, I'd be happy to answer that question, or you feel free to reach out to me anytime. So thank you, and I'll go back on mute.
Okay, are there any questions for Dr. Alexander? Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Alexander. If you could just briefly elaborate on what you just mentioned, because we've got numerous farms up here, Amish farms, that have just stopped doing it, tried to raise pumpkins to replace that income. I'm just curious if there's a brief little thing that you can throw out there to help me understand that.
Absolutely, Representative McCray, and good to chat with you again for something that's not a horse emergency. But yes, so what happened is all those farms up there, the largest one was milking 25. They're very, very small farms. And because of that, everyone has to pay a stop charge as well as a per hundredweight trucking to ship their milk. As Dick Perkins mentioned, it's kind of an interesting system, but that is how it is. So when you take that stop charge that each one of them had to pay, even if they're only putting out 1,200 pounds of milk, and they had to pay $50 per stop, the trucking for a lot of those guys worked out to between $5 and $7 a hundred. And for a comparison, the non-Amish guys in Aroostook County that are milking 100 or 200 cows, they're probably paying $1.50 a hundred. So When you figure out what that actually works out to, it just didn't pencil anymore. The fact that they had to ship their milk to Portland from Easton or Fort Fairfield, there's just no way to make that pencil. So that's basically what pushed most of those guys out. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. That helps me understand the whole situation much better. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Alexander. Next is William Bullard, followed by Ethan Robertson.
Hello. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee of Ag, Conservation, and Forestry, thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. My name is Bill Bullard. My wife, Betsy, and I operate Bergeen Farms in Turner, Maine. It was established in 1777. Over the last 23 years, we've milked between 50 to 530 cows. This morning, we milked 425. Our farm is currently on quota with the inability to buy more market share. So today, as both a dairy producer and a board member of MDIA, I would ask the committee to accept the Rule 1805 to adopt the new short-run break-even costs from the 2019 cost of production study. The study was conducted by an independent party, and the new short-run break-even costs have been accepted by the Maine Milk Commission. When I look out at the Maine dairy industry, I see economic engines throughout the state. Cow number 2644 on our farm is a great example. She shipped about 3,500 gallons of milk to Oakhurst in Portland, and they sent back $6,000 for that one cow's milk. 20% of that, or $1,200, went to 5 multi-generational businesses right here in Turner for goods and services provided. $840 of her milk went to our 7 full-time employees who live right here in Turner. One second, that was my dog. Along with that, she also sent $82 to the town office to pay property taxes. And cow number 2644 does not use a lot of services from the town. These figures do not account for every dollar the cow spent in Turner, but for 5,900 residents, $2,000 is quite a bit of money for one cow. Other businesses in Maine also benefited from 2644's milk. Gold Star Feeds in Augusta, who produces our grain, received roughly 37% of the income from this cow's milk. 4% went to Farm Credit in Auburn for interest alone. 6% went to Weishart's Trucking, who hauls our milk to Portland every day. And an additional 3% went to our veterinarian, Paris Farmers Union, Ness Oil, and Central Maine Dairy. Again, this is a snapshot of 2644's milk income. These figures alone have added roughly 85% directly back into the state economy of that figure. This happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Our town of Turner has 3 dairy farms, roughly 600 cows that keep a lot of money in circulation for a community of 5,900 people. The state of Maine has over 20,000 cows on approximately 180 dairy farms, from York to Aroostook County. The cumulative economic effect is significant. Every cow is an economic engine to the town they call home. The new short-run break-even numbers make no dairy farm entirely whole from the tier program. But when national, international forces influence milk price, or there are unforeseen market disruptions, the Maine tier program has been instrumental in helping the bovine economic engines weather the financial storm. And these are the reasons why I asked the committee to accept the rule to adopt the new tier levels. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Next is Ethan Robertson, followed by Paul Peters. Welcome, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you. Hold on just a second. Okay, I apologize. I wrote down on my thing, good morning, but I guess it's good afternoon. And I was going to end with sort of my personal anecdote, but maybe because of the technical difficulties just now, I should start with that. Both my wife and I are supported by the dairy industry. My wife works for the aforementioned Gold Star Feed that Bill Bullard mentioned. So her paycheck depends on some dairy farms in the state of Maine for sure. And I work for Farm Credit East. So personally, I believe that the tier program has helped the dairy industry in the state of Maine and would like to see it continue. On a separate note, as a representative of Farm Credit and sort of the person at Farm Credit East here in Maine that deals with the most dairy farms in various different ways, I'd like to say a few things about the tier program. Farm Credit East is a cooperative agricultural lender and part of the federal farm credit system. In 2021, they finished with over $9 billion, billion with a B, in loan volume and about 15,000 member owners. In Maine, Farm Credit East lends to about 65 dairy clients with 57.4 million of outstanding principal and loans. The benefit of the Maine Dairy Stabilization or tier program here in Maine is clear. When analyzing the financial documents of dairy farms in Maine, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, Connecticut and Mass have dairy support programs as well, there's a benefit as compared to the rest of New England, New York, and New Jersey. As a business consultant, I regularly perform analysis with dairy farms, similar to that in the production study by Gary Anderson. I work with farms in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Northern New York as well. I work with some farms on a regular, periodic basis, and other ones just as needed. It's clear through many sources that the cost of producing milk in Maine is more expensive than other parts of the Northeast. As the production study points out, feed and labor, the two costs that I tell dairy farmers to watch the most carefully, are significantly higher in Maine and New England than in New York, for example. Although 2020 was a strange year for all, the net cost of production increased another 30 cents a hundredweight, according to Farm Credit East's Northeast Dairy Farm Summary. And Gary Anderson refers to Farm Credit East Dairy Farm Summary several times in his cost of production. The one he's referring to is the 2019 study, and I wanted to share a few numbers from the 2021 as well. From my work with the dairy farms in Maine and throughout New England, I can say definitively that cost of production for 2021 is going to increase again. And because I've been budgeting with a bunch of dairy farms for the last 3 or 4 months, I can say that almost all of them are budgeting for a higher cost of production in 2022 as well. 2021 increased partly because of the cost of commodities, which is nationwide. The cost of corn and soy, for example, two of the bigger ingredients, increased, but it's increased to get it to Maine, which sometimes people think of as the end of the earth if you're talking to them in Illinois or Iowa. And 2022 is going to be no different. Nobody expects the feed costs to go way down, and everybody is projecting and budgeting for much higher crop input costs, specifically fertilizer, also increased fuel costs and utilities. One reason that Farm Credit East is speaking here today is because of the impact we see on the greater agricultural community from the tier program. Farm Credit East works with and finances farm-related business like equipment dealers, service providers, agronomists, feed companies, farm landlords, and other farmers such as custom crop operations. They're all able to provide better products and service because of the volume of dairy farms, large and small, that still operate in Maine. In Farm Credit East Northeast Economic Engine publication, we show some of the economic impact that we've calculated based on the farms that we work with. I guess to sum it up, in our professional opinion, the Maine Dairy Stabilization or tier program makes a significant contribution to supporting this important industry for the state of Maine. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I did mention that both my wife and I are certainly supported by the dairy industry. I live in Canaan, Maine, not too far from Skowhegan, and I work out of the Auburn, Maine Farm Credit Office.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Robertson? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. All right, it appears that we have 3 other individuals to testify. I'm guessing they're all at the same location, but I'm not 100% sure of that. So we'll start with Paul Peters.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm with the Maine Vegetable and Small Fruit Growers Association. I'm also an apple grower and small fruit grower from Monmouth. I want to speak in support of the program as proposed. I'll start out with saying that like we've talked about, other people have spoken about the infrastructure advantage of dairy farms that provide an infrastructure for small farms, small vegetable and fruit farms that probably would have a hard time maintaining that infrastructure alone without dairy. Also want to point out that 60% of the grain corn produced in Maine is fed in Maine. And that's a great benefit to potato growers because grain corn in central Maine is grown in a rotation with potatoes. So you're not only benefiting dairy farmers, you're benefiting potato growers who also are corn growers. And that rotation is critical for the health of a potato crop. I also want to point out that dairy farms use poultry manure. Without the dairy acres in the state, we would have a hard time maintaining a production system, environmentally sound production system for poultry. I also want to point out that dairy maintains open space. That's critical to the image of the state, not only to Mainers, but to people who pay to come here to see our beautiful landscape. I think we can look to Vermont for an example of a failed program, or I should say, we should look to Vermont to see that our program in the past years to maintain farms has been positive. Vermont has lost far more farms than Maine over the last 20 years, percentage-wise. And in Vermont now you can see the change in the landscape. The best land has gone to other farmers, but much of the land is also being abandoned and being developed. And that's counter what people's view of New England, Vermont, Maine is. I also want to point out that if we're to lose dairy farms in Maine, there's no going back because that milk market will be fulfilled with production from far away. And I believe most Mainers would like to maintain a local food source. Thank you. If you have any questions, please put them forth.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Peters? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Now, is Nick Mishu right there with you, Mr. Peters?
Yep, he's coming right over.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Mishu. My wife Alyssa and our youngest daughter Wynn are here to testify today. We are from the town of China. We milk 200 cows there. And with your support today, we'd like to support the new rules of the new tiers moving forward. Our farm directly supports 7 families and puts major amounts of money back into our local economies. We'd probably be considered one of the smaller dairies now, but just 5 years ago, our cow numbers would have been a medium-sized farm. We are losing farms, and yes, we have survived, but barely, mostly by increasing our debt ceiling. Without the tier program, we would most likely be out of business at this point. We would no longer be raising farm kids who grow up and become super productive adults to the workforce. We urge the legislation to take a look at the real life data on the current cost of production. The last updated figures are from 2012, and our dairy industry has completely been overwhelmed with changes to how we can produce products in the business that supply the farms. 180 farms generate 15,000 jobs in the state in a circle of impact that goes far outreaching the local communities. Farms are unique in that money comes in and goes out to local businesses. We are proud of the products that we produce to feed the state of Maine. We would appreciate your support in addressing the over decades of cost to help figure the productions. We wish to continue being a lifeblood in our community for hopefully many generations. And thank you for your time and attention today. This is the most important matter that the state can address to support the dairy industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Mishu? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. And our last person to testify appears to be Jim Helton.
Good morning, Ag Committee, and thank you, Senator Dill, for putting this on. My name's Jim Hilton. I'm from Norwich Walk. We have a medium-sized dairy. It's been in the family since the Indian time, and just a little. I took over from my dad. My dad farmed for 40 years. His name was Frank. Probably some of you guys know him. And my grandfather had it before him. His name was Ralph. And so I'm currently at it, and I'm really thankful for the tier program that is going now, and really think you guys should support the new rates. It's probably not enough, but it's better than the alternatives. We support 7 families. You know, I can remember as a kid, Dad had a 1-row chopper to cut corn with, and it took 3 guys. Now we've got an 8-row machine, and we're still trying to do it with 3 guys. So we've been doing our share to be efficient. We used to milk cows in a tie-up with 4 can milkers, and now we have a double 10 parallel power that we've had for 25 years, and we can milk all those cows in the same amount of time with 1 guy instead of 3. So, you know, I think the farms have been doing their share to be efficient, and we're not putting the money in a Cayman bank account. We're leaving it all on the farm. And thank you for your support. And I'll take any questions if you got any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Hilton? All right. Again, thank you for your testimony. Cheryl, do we have anybody else?
There might be Andy Duggan at Julie's, looks like he's gone. Okay.
Okay.
I don't have anyone else unless, oh, I see.
Oh, so I see a hand up.
Yeah.
Lucas Rogers.
I don't find him. Do you find him?
Yeah, I'm trying to see here if I can promote him.
Oh, I see him. Yeah. Are you promoting him?
Yep, I guess I did.
You got it. Good job.
Gee, thanks. Lucas Rogers, welcome. Mr. Rogers, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I'm calling in behalf of speaking in favor of this proposal. My parents and I currently own a dairy farm in Atkinson, Maine. We have roughly about 1,400 cows between mature livestock and young livestock. I had a pretty good talk actually that I was going to say, but as I've been sitting here listening to all the testimony, and I will say I know most of these people on a personal basis, And I, sitting in my kitchen, talking and listening, I've seen 6 of these businesses alone go by my window. Simon Alexander was here this morning for preg checks that we did in the brutal cold this morning. This definitely is a lifeline for the dairy industry in the state of Maine. And I think without it, we will not have a dairy industry. Take the pandemic out of the situation here, and our labor costs alone have gone up 30% just to keep pace with neighboring businesses that are taking local help away that literally do not want to milk cows anymore. Our feed costs have gone up pre the pandemic. We have alone here, we have 9 employees that work for us. We're a little unique with some. I know one of the other farms that spoke, we purchase all of our feed. So we work directly with another business that grows 100% of our crops. That business alone has 4 family members involved. So, I mean, if you take a farm of our scape, just in the small town of Atkinson, we really are supplying an income and a livelihood to almost 20 different families. And the feed company we deal with to put our feed up for us, I know they grow crops for other farms also. So I'm speaking on behalf of this and in favor of it, and really strongly encourage you guys to vote it in as proposed. I fear if we don't, we will not have a dairy industry in the state of Maine, as we are falling to the national scape. Where Maine is not an exporting state. We are self-sufficient dairy-wise, but we are at the mercy of the national environment of milk, where we don't have enough. We have the processing here, but they're owned by the bigger companies that are nationally. So I thank you for your time. Any questions, feel free to ask, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Rogers? All right, seeing none. That appears to be our last person to testify. Whoops, Representative Pluka.
I just had some requests for the work session. We'll probably get it in the dairy conversation we'll have on Tuesday, but all the information we have here in our packet seems to be from the 2019 study. So as much information as we could have about what the current situation is in terms of number of farms, how big they are, how many cows they're milking, and just as much of the current information as we can get would be great.
Great. We'll see what we can do. Any other questions or comments before I close the hearing on LD 1805? Seeing none, I will close the hearing then, and I will open the hearing on LD 1828, which is an act requiring a contract for the administration of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry's low-cost spaying and neutering program. And this is presented by Senator Breen. I did see her name out there once. Is she still there?
She's on the screen.
Oh, there she is. Fancy that. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Take it away.
Okay. Just gonna shrink something and then bring up my testimony. All right. We're gonna shift from large animals back to small animals. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent Maine's Senate District 25, which includes the communities of Chebeague Island, Cumberland, Falmouth, Gray, Long Island, Yarmouth, and about half of the city of Westbrook. And I'm here today to speak in support and introduce LD 1828, an act requiring a contract for the administration of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry's low-cost spaying and neutering program. This bill directs the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, DACF, to exercise its existing legal authority to administer the Help Fix Me program through a contractual agreement with a provider outside of state government. Just to remind folks, the Help Fix Me program helps low-income Mainers get their pets spayed and neutered. According to existing statute, the commissioner may contract the administration of the fund to a suitable organization or individual selected through a competitive process. The contracting organization or individual shall administer the fund in accordance with procedures and eligibility standards established under subsection 2. The contracting organization or individual may not expend more than 15% of the fund annually for administrative costs. My hope is that doing so will increase efficiency and help ensure that the program meets its goals. The Help Fix Me program is part of DACF's animal welfare program. It distributes applications to qualified individuals who can't afford to spay their dogs or cats. Pet owners can participate if they are eligible for Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program or SNAP, TANF, SSI, or SSDI, or if their income is less than 138% of the federal poverty level. The program issues vouchers to pet owners to spay or neuter their pets in order to reduce shelter intakes, stray and feral cats, and euthanasia. It is funded through a pet food surcharge, revenue from the Support Animal Welfare Specialty license plate, and through a state income tax voluntary checkoff on the state income tax return form. Last year, a group of stakeholders representing Spay Maine, the founding advocates of the Help Fix Me program, and several shelters and rescues asked me to address DACF about the Help Fix Me program. Many of these folks are waiting today to testify after I finish. Over the last year, they've reported persistent problems with the program, such as the hotline is rarely answered and the answering machine is often full. Issuance of vouchers takes 4 to 8 weeks, which is too long to prevent the birth of an unwanted litter. Paperwork is misplaced and vouchers to clients get lost in the mail. The program itself gets shut down periodically for no discernible reason. Veterinarians are dropping out of the program due to slow payment, low payment, and lack of effective veterinary relations. Folks seem to feel a lack of transparency and oversight, and it's been really challenging to track the effectiveness of the program. In January of 2021, so a year ago, rather than submit legislation immediately, I wrote to Commissioner Beal to convey these concerns and pass along a letter from the advocates. I had hoped to prod the department to engage with the advocates and the veterinary providers and address their concerns without any new legislation. These letters, along with the commissioner's response, are attached to my testimony. DACF has been eager to help, and we have had a constructive, meaningful dialogue about these challenges and what it will take to overcome them. On the request of the advocates, however, I believe it is time to make major improvements in the program or move the program to an organization with the staff and resources to do the labor-intensive and time-sensitive work to meet the objectives set out in the original Help Fix Me statute. The advocates believe that the animal welfare program has had 18 years to run this program effectively. They would like to see Help Fix Me contracted to a Maine animal welfare organization with the capacity to carry out the program's mission. An important stakeholder in this program is the community of small animal veterinarians all over Maine. Both my legislative aide and I have had conversations with vets who support the mission of the program, but who simply cannot afford to participate because of the low value of the voucher. This was true even before the increase in household pets that was triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. But vets are busier than ever now, and they are also short on staff. Making room in the practice for a client whose voucher covers only a fraction of the cost of the blood tests, anesthesia, monitoring, and pain management and follow-up visit just doesn't make sense to many providers. If the state needs to increase the value of the voucher in order to recruit and retain vets to participate, then let's work together on that right away. DACF has let me know that the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, AWAC, I'm sure you folks are more familiar with that than I am, is slated to meet soon. I'm requesting that the work session scheduled for January 20th be postponed to let AWAC meet and give DACF an opportunity to tell us how AWAC proposes to improve the program. If the committee sees fit, it can amend the bill based on this information. Before I conclude, I want to be transparent. I'm not a personal expert on the Help Fix Me program, but I know this program means a great deal to the animal welfare community in Maine. This committee is much more familiar with the history of the Help Fix Me program and how it relates to the state's overall animal welfare obligations. But I do know that it saves animals' lives, reduces the shelter population, and provides low-income pet owners with access to the services and support of veterinarians. I hope that this bill will help it run more efficiently and prevent the birth of unwanted animals. I thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Senator Breen? Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good afternoon, Senator Breen. Is there an organization already up and running that can take this task on and run it efficiently that you know of?
I have heard that there are several organizations around the state who could probably do this, but it would be a situation where the department would have to put together a request for proposals and put it out to the entire state and, you know, have a competitive bidding process to decide what sort of entity would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Breen.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Liam Hughes from the department.
Good afternoon. My name is Liam Hughes. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill. Good afternoon. Honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am the director of the Animal Welfare Program for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. While the department appreciates the intent by the sponsor to improve this valuable program, and we are not opposed to third-party operators of the Help Fix Me program, we are unable to support LD 1828, an act requiring contract for the administration of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry's low-cost spay-neuter program as written. Animal welfare program ensures humane and proper treatment of animals by upholding the animal welfare laws of Maine through communication, education, and enforcement. And since 2005, the animal welfare program has been operating the Companion Animal Sterilization Fund, otherwise known as Help Fix Me program. This program was to encourage qualified pet owners to sterilize their cats and dogs to help cover those sterilizations, and in turn, reduce the number of unwanted animals in the animal shelters, decreasing euthanasia rates and encouraging rabies vaccinations. Since 2009, when the database was established to track the sterilizations, over 22,000 animals have been fixed through this program. For the past 5 years, the adoption rate in Maine and throughout the shelters, which is actually the live release rate, the amount of animals that are walking out of the shelters, has been averaging about 95%, while the euthanasia rate has been low, around 3%. Compare that to 2011, when we started doing these surveys, the live release rate was 73%, and the euthanasia rate was at an all-time high of 27%. Animal Welfare Program recognizes the need for continued improvement of the Help Fix Me program, and in 2020, we did an assessment of the program, which you can see in attachment number 1 of our testimony. We have identified that the voucher system for participation needed improvement due to long lag times in submitted applications, voucher issuance, veterinarians submitting reimbursement requests. We also recognize that the payments to veterinarians were taking way too long, and the reimbursement rates were too low. That was discouraging participation in the program. As a result, Animal Welfare Program has made voucher applications available online, as well as available still via paper copies when needed, and has implemented new digital administrative procedures to process payments more quickly. Animal Welfare Program also increased the fees for veterinarians by 50% January 4th of this year. We understand the criticism that Help Fix Me needs to reply to applicants' questions more efficiently and speedily. Animal Welfare Program recognizes that we cannot immediately respond to these requests because of our staff person with this responsibility is also split across other Animal Welfare Program work streams. We will and are working to keep updating the Help Fix Me website, developing FAQs, investigating staffing options to help during busier times. And despite these challenges that we've had throughout calendar year 2021, Animal Welfare Program issued over 5,300 vouchers and redeemed over 3,700 vouchers for a total of $400,000 just in calendar year 2021. Animal Welfare Program does not oppose having a third party manage the Help Fix Me program. Under the existing statute, the Help Fix Me program can already be transferred to outside management. In particular, the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, which was recently reconstituted, reviews the program administration and makes recommendations for maximizing it, which may include the development of a competitive process for contracting the administration of the fund. AWAC's next meeting is going to be on January 19th, 2022, the day before the work session scheduled. And the Help Fix Me program is on the agenda. I am hopeful that with AWAC's assistance, the department, veterinarians, and animal shelters can continue to improve upon the program. Should AWAC ultimately conclude that it's in the best interest of the Help Fix Me program to be managed by an outside entity, this can occur, and we are open to that outcome. Our opposition to LD 1828 lies mostly within relying solely on third party to administer the program. What happens in the event of a third party does not meet the state RFP requirements? To avoid potential future complications by removing the department's discretion to manage the program, we request that the ACF committee vote ought not to pass for LD 1828. Instead, direct Animal Welfare Program to work with AWAC to determine the appropriate next steps under the existing statute. And we freely admit that the program that we have now, that we've been working with, needs improvement. We want to work with AWAC, and this is a long-term kind of situation where there's no one right way to run a spay-neuter program. There are many other states that do it, and they all do it very differently depending on the needs of their community. So we want to have that conversation with our stakeholders, especially with AWAC, to find the best way to make that work. So I thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any of your questions now or more so during the work session.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Hughes? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Good to see you again this afternoon. The last thing you said got a reaction out of me. So you're saying that the department would be happy to work with the other programs to set up a third party thing?
Now, it's one thing that could be done. There are other things that we like to probably look at as well too, like the opportunity to maybe turn this into a grant program, which would still give the department the ability to operate and oversee the program, but also put the funding in the hands of the people that are actually in the field doing a lot of the work that needs to be done. So it could result in a contract, but what that contract would look like going forward would have to really be looked at very deeply, because most of the programs I know that could potentially be a contractor for this would not want to do the program as it's currently being run. So we need to take a look at what else can be done, what things have changed in the community, because over 15 years, many things have changed. The veterinarian community has changed greatly, where it's not so much a local practitioner in some cases, but we're talking to a business manager. And the business manager is the one making decisions whether or not they want to comply with the program and get involved. My favorite thing I've heard so far from some of these business managers is that they just don't like to deal with these people that have the vouchers, which is incredibly depressing, because these spay neuter programs, if they are worked and these animals get spayed and neutered, that's one less hoarding case that we have to investigate in 5 years from now. So this program is very important to us, and we do care a lot about it.
And a brief follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
At the risk of sounding confrontational, and I'm not at all, So I apologize if it sounds that way. But my question is, if your department is saying this is important, and obviously this bill is addressing a need that has been expressed over the recent past, why has the department not done this?
Most of it I can say is that a lot of these problems were existing prior to the COVID outbreak. And I can kind of explain it, it's complicated. Like it's, our money isn't coming one day to the next where we know exactly where it is. It's more like a dam where when you open up the floodgates, it takes a little while to see that lake level drop and see the effects downriver. So when we start looking at these things, when 2018, the program actually ran out of cash. We were giving out so many vouchers and we were not doing a good job tracking them. All the funding ran out. We actually had to use $50,000 from animal welfare to help cover some of those bills as we started to take a look and figure out what was happening. We then started working with our allotments about how much money we could spend. And honestly, at first that was working out okay, but then things changed. We started seeing more veterinarians dropping out of the program. There were people that were calling for vouchers and applications and never using them. So we basically took a look at the program and start realizing it's not working the way it's supposed to be working. So in the past, we have worked directly with clinics, and this past year in late 2020, we actually started focusing on with the clinics to get the vouchers where they need out there in the field. And that's why we've been able to really increase the number of vouchers we normally do, because of that partnership with the veterinarians and the groups that are doing these spay neuters out in the field, where they're working with the feral cat communities or the communities that seem to have issues. And we've been able to kind of tie in our resources with what they have available in the field. It's not perfect. It needs more adjustment. And we're probably going to have to, no matter what we do now, still in 5 years from now, we're going to have to take another good hard look at what we're doing and how we're doing it to make sure that we're doing it right. Because situations change and it really depends on the needs of your community and what resources you have available. And, running a government program is challenging on a day-to-day basis. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your thoroughness.
Are there other questions for, Representative Underwood?
Yes. How would a grant program work?
We want to investigate how that would work, but basically the way we're kind of looking at it is that we would set aside a certain amount of money each year where applicants would then apply to get funding for it, where the Animal Welfare Advisory Council would be the ones that would be determining who would be getting this grant money to be used for spay neuter, or we could investigate possibly using some of that funding, depending on how much is there, for capital improvements for spay neuter clinics, like if they need a new anesthetic machine or if they need a trailer to help move animals back and forth. There are a lot of different ways that can work that way, but we need to have AWAC and other members of our state financial offices to kind of sit down and take a look of what would work best for the state of Maine, for the people that are out there. But we pretty much know if we were to go along with something like that, the applications would come in, the department would review them, give them the AWAC to review and approve. And then within a year's time, we would review those grants to find out whether or not they serve the purpose of the spay neuter. And then the grant process would begin again.
Are there other questions? I guess I have one. I guess I have one question for you, Mr. Hughes. From what I've heard and what I heard you say, I think what I heard you say was part of the problem with the program is it's a little slow in getting payments necessarily down. Like you said, a dam, you open it up, but it takes a while to get down river. But even more importantly than that, I've heard you say and others that the vouchers are way too low for really trying to get the job done. It pays, only a very small portion of the actual cost of the spaying and neutering. Then moving this to a third party, how's that going to resolve that issue, if that's one of the big issues of getting it done?
I'm not entirely sure that moving it to a third party would solve or make that issue better or not. One of the things that we We did this past year, we did raise the rates 50%, which is in line with one of the other larger spay neuter groups, the Clio Fund. So we're all kind of within that same ballpark of the reimbursement rates. We are basically planning on scheduling regular meetings between AWAC and the veterinarian community to do almost like every other year, maybe every year, negotiations about what that reimbursement rate should be if we're continuing to use the voucher program going forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will move on to next on the list is John Nutting. Welcome back, John, for another apple pie.
Well, I have to say that I prescribe to the former House Chair of this committee, the late Bob Tardy, who did set in a rule years ago that the maximum is 1 apple pie per day. So if it's more than one hearing, it's just 1 pie. I want to clarify that. So thank my good friend Bob for that rule. I want to Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, other distinguished members of the committee. I want to thank Senator Breen for sponsoring this bill LD 1828. I also want to thank Sharon Shikovich and Sue Hall from Spay, Maine, who for the last 15 years or more have put in thousands and thousands of volunteer hours on this program, helping to set up clinics, operating as vet techs to help the vets if they need be, whatever was needed. And so they're the ones that came before us in '02 when I was chair, and we're trying to have a Spay Maine program in Maine. Hal Prince from the Department of Agriculture at the time was the one that suggested a pet food surcharge would be the way to fund that. We passed it from the committee unanimously. We were the first state to do that. In '08, I sponsored the animal welfare license plate bill, and that passed unanimously as well. Many states have copied us or are in the process of copying us for funding the program. And yes, it cuts down on euthanasia, but back then it was more of a problem then than it is now. But nothing will spread rabies faster than 100 extra pets in a neighborhood. And rabies was an issue in our minds. But really starting in 2017, long before COVID, sadly, this program, in my opinion, has kind of gone off the rails for years now. No callbacks in a timely fashion. The procedures have dropped by almost half. You'll see a graph from Sharon and Susan later on in their testimonies showing this. At many times in the last 18 months, there's been $550,000 sitting in the account. That's just unprecedented. That's never happened before. Unfortunately and unnecessarily, this has already put this fine program right in the middle of the next governor's race for the state of Maine, because it's already being talked about. Some candidates might think that $550,000 sitting in an account means that the fee is not needed. That I strongly disagree with. But that money is sitting there because the public has been denied access to the funds. That's really why that money is there. The cats have had their kittens before they heard back from the department. And Sharon Shikovich and Susan Hall last fall went out and got email responses from people that are involved in the program. And that's something I think they could forward to the committee, but it's just hundreds of people that are so frustrated with the way things are being run. Last fall, though, the department did have a listening session on this issue. And I was very encouraged to listen to what they were proposing. And they have increased the voucher rate for veterinarians, but as far as the public's access to the vouchers, Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Several people called in early December for a voucher. They haven't heard back anything yet. So it's just more of the same. To me, and I've worked with this program, and watched it for years and years, the department, I think, still feels the centerpiece of this program is the veterinarians, and they're a very important part. But to me, the centerpiece of getting this money out in the public is the individual who calls up for a voucher because they're in a panic and they don't want the litter of puppies or kittens. They can't afford that, especially now, and they're just not hearing back in a timely fashion. Norma Worley, one of the previous directors of animal welfare, they had a rule that all vouchers were responded to, and if they were found to be justified, were mailed out in 36 hours. That's the way it was done. I would like to propose a couple of quick, small drafting changes. In the second paragraph, and it talks about a suitable agency or individual that could put in a bid on this. To me, I would strike the word individual and just make sure it's a suitable agency that's involved in animal welfare. That's somebody that can have somebody on the phone when somebody calls up. You're going to talk to them, verify it, get their information. It's the chase time. If somebody calls up and they leave a message, then you call them back from the department and you leave a message and you're back and forth. That's what takes the extra time. Also, I think whichever suitable agency gets this contract should do annual reports back to AWAC on how the program's running, how many vouchers they've done, and things like that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much.
Are there any questions for John? Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, thanks for being here this morning. In your comments, because you haven't served on this committee for many, many years and been involved in this animal welfare and spayed neuter program for years and years. You just brought up a point that's that I talked about a few years ago when we, changed the funding for spayed and neuter from the fees that we're charging from animal pets, and we brought it up that time, and you just mentioned it again with rabies, the problem with feral cats and the spayed and neuter of feral cats. Have you got any input on that, or where that should be headed, maybe with this or along with it, or something? I mean, it's in some areas, in some of the cities and some rural areas, it's a serious problem, maybe contributing to rabies in certain areas, but also the number of wildlife and songbirds that are being killed from cats that just keep multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. So you got any comment or input in that?
First up, thank you, Senator Black. An excellent question. Some states that run a spay neuter program similar to Maine, I believe if you're helping to manage a group of feral cats, that every single one of those cats would qualify for a voucher, period, just to try to make it easier to make sure that those feral cats are all spay and neutered. And I'm sure that probably Susan Hall and Sharon Shakovich, who are both more of an expert than I am, will also comment on this excellent question. Thank you.
Follow up, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
As you know, as being a former dairy farmer, and I in my situation here being a farmer, people that can't afford to have their cats spayed and neutered, or they get a litter of kittens, guess where they go? To the nearest farmer. And all the time I'm having cats dropped off, it's a serious problem in rural areas, not only, and there's also situations in the city, but thank you for your input.
We had just, an unbelievable number of cats dropped off on our farm over the years. We lived on a dead end dirt road, and there's a farm. Oh, you need some more cats. When I was at Orono going to school in 1968, I came home to run the farm for a week. My parents were actually going to take a week off. That was a shock. And I walked in the door, and my mother was sitting on the couch in tears because my 6-year-old brother had just got bitten by a rabid cat on our farm and had to have this series of 21 shots. That's what it was back then. So it really brought it home to me that this can be a situation that you really, really have to stay on top of. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. Next is Sharon Sekovich.
Thank you, Sharon Sekovich.
Sorry.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Sharon Sekovich. I live in Alfred. I am a former chair of the AWAC committee under part of Baldacci's administration and part of LePage's administration. I'm also a founding member of Friends of Feral Feline, a feral cat rescue group out of Portland, Maine. Myself and Susan Hall co-founded Spay Maine, and Spay Maine is the organization that spearheaded the effort to make Help Fix Me a reality. We've both been involved with Help Fix Me since it was just an idea prior to 2002. In 2002 is when we approached then Animal Welfare Program Director Leslie Litchko with the idea, and she helped us make it become a reality. So we have a lot of institutional knowledge. I would say we have the most institutional knowledge of anyone right now with the program, since it started with an idea that Susan Hall had, and it grew from there. Help Fix Me issued its first voucher in 2004. In 2007, the department, under then Animal Welfare Director Norma Worley, recognized the management and promotion of Help Fix Me would be more successfully conducted outside of the government, and the statute was amended to reflect that. However, Ms. Worley retired before the program could be outsourced. We have tried over the years to help work with the department to improve the program, but have gotten nowhere. The current issues with the administration of the program are virtually the same as they were back in 2007. The numbers may have changed a little, but one of the biggest problems is the unattended phone lines and closed phone lines, during which time messages directs people to Spay Maine. They send people to us, which is fine. We try to help people. We maintain a website and a Facebook page through which we try to help people find low-cost spay neuter options in their area. Sometimes the phone lines are full, so you call and you can't even get a message. You can't even leave a message. If you pick up your phone right now and call the phone line, and I challenge you to do this, I'll give you the number. You are going to get a garbled message that you won't even know what to do with. And first time I heard that message was on the 6th, and it's still like that, or it was an hour ago when I checked it. It's still like that now. You don't know what to do with the message. It is truly garbled. And Sue has a recording of it, and she's going to play it for you when her testimony comes up. Calls aren't returned, checks and money orders are lost, application and vouchers are not sent or sent so late that unwanted litters are already born. Veterinary participation has decreased. I did a calculation that decreased 30% since 2013. And veterinary relations are neglected. Liam mentioned Clio Fund. I used to run the Clio Fund for the Animal Welfare Society. And one of my main jobs was to maintain relations with the veterinarians that helped us. And they were situated across the state. And they included everything from sending a thank you note, Christmas card. I mean, we maintained relations with them. We didn't ignore them. And large amounts of money are in the account, unspent money. As you can see, I provided a graph. I don't know if you have my testimony in front of you, but it's a graph showing a decrease of spay-neuter surgeries, actually starting in 2014, a very steep decrease. And the last 3 years, like Senator Nutting said, they've decreased by half, while the money in the account has gone unspent.
Can you finish up in 2 or 3 sentences, please?
Yep. Let's see. Due to private efforts of citizens, funding for the program has steadily increased, but the funding has been under attack by the pet food industry, who has repeatedly and unsuccessfully tried to decrease funding and will inevitably attempt to do so again. And let's see. Help Fix Me is a much needed program. However, it continues to be difficult to access. And the department has had 18 years to develop an efficient and responsive way to run this program, and they have failed. And I think it's just time to try something different. And in response to contracting, sending out grants for this program, that won't work in Maine to send grants to spay-neuter clinics, because we don't have spay-neuter clinics. We only have them in the South. And there's large parts of the state that don't have spay-neuter clinics and that really do need to be able to access their regular veterinarian. If anybody has any questions, I'll take them now. Thank you for listening to me.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Susan Hall.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I had a whole testimony and I'm not going to present it. It's long. And Sharon and Senator Breen gave such a good roundup of everything that's going on. I thought that I would just add a few things. One is, this is unrelated to whether the program goes to a private group or not, is feral cats need to be free. They need to be free no matter what someone's income is. If you're a farmer, that's making $100,000 a year and people keep dumping cats at your farm, you shouldn't have to fork out even a copay to get those cats done. It's not your fault. So that would be, even if this legislation goes nowhere, I would like that to be at least an amendment. And the other, see, I don't even have my testimony in front of me anymore. So I've changed my testimony to call it the Lucy and the football testimony, because what's happened is, over the years, Sharon and I have gone to the department over and over to try to get the program improved. And every time we go, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. The state moves slowly, blah, blah, blah. We're going to fix it. And nothing ever changes. It's just like Lucy and the football, where Charlie Brown wants to kick the football. Lucy says, yeah, I'll hold it for you. And so Charlie Brown runs up and she lifts it up and throws it away. And then once again, Charlie Brown is convinced. Lucy dupes him, throws it away. This is what's happened over and over. The only thing that's changed since we've been complaining is we asked the director, Nancy McBrady, if she would please, if they did nothing else, raise the rates by 50%, and they did do that. But the phone lines still aren't being answered. And I want to just play you what's on the phone line right now. Tell me if you can hear this. If you call Help Fix Me, this is what you'll get. Oh, phooey. Of course, it's not working. Okay, here it is.
Help any fixed IT is not available. Record your message after the tone. When you've finished, you can hang up or press 1 for more options.
So I guess my point is lack of attention to detail. But the crux of it all is people aren't answering the phone. A lot of the people that call are very challenged. You can't tell them to go and do everything online. I would tell you there were going to be about 10 people that wanted to testify at this hearing. And these are regular people, animal welfare people out working, trapping cats, whatever. They couldn't negotiate the portal. They got messed up. We got the clerk to actually help some of them, and then a lot of them have left because they had to go back to work. But the point is that we've gone back and forth over and over and nothing ever changes. It's been 18 years. It's time to do something radically different for this program. And that's all I want to say, except one thing. Representative Hall, I went to that building that you own as a 2-room schoolhouse. I went to school there for 2 years. Isn't that yours? Anyway, I can, as Sharon said, we have a lot of institutional knowledge. So if you have any questions, we can probably answer them. But Sharon gave a really good summation of the issues. Thanks.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Susan, for your comment on feral cats. But help me if I'm ignorant here, but this is all tied in. This $500,000 that's not being used is tied in with some of the fees that we generate from pet foods, and which I put a bill in 4 or 5 years ago for the former administration to cut that funding because the money wasn't being spent then. And we turned around at that time, and this committee, I believe, reversed that 180 degrees and said that we didn't want any of it going to, that we wanted to spend it all on the program. And is this all related? Is this part of this bill too?
No, the funding would not change. And the funding, even though, let me back up a little bit. So this year, the program did make one change besides raising, and this was before we had the meetings on what's wrong with the program, is they started allowing the mobile spay-neuter clinics and then Dr. Stone's spay-neuter clinic. We only have 3 large-scale spay-neuter vets in the state, 2 that travel, 1 that doesn't. And so Dr. Stone's clinic was, she gets vouchers and they issue vouchers directly to the clinics. And that's how they were able to increase the number of spay neuters done just this year. We didn't have those numbers when we did the chart. But one of the issues is, first of all, Spay Maine and Marion's Dream is just a handful of people. And we're sponsoring these clinics all over the state, but we can't do it in every town. If you live in Wilton, where I used to live near East Dixfield, you don't want to have to drive an hour and a half to get to a vet. You need to be able to go to a local vet. The big clinics can pick up the large scale, but we need to have people be able to go to a local veterinarian. And yes, some of the vet hospitals have been bought by corporations and they might not be so inclined to take our vouchers. But if you raise the fees and you call with a quote unquote veterinary relations, you call and you talk to them, say, look, can you do just 5 a month? 5 a month as a community service. I bet you'd be able to change the minds of some of the vets. And some of the vets don't even know this program's out there. Dr. Sperry, the one that is doing a clinic in Caribou next week, just to show you the need. She is doing 180 cats over 4 to 5 days. It's a huge, huge need in the county. So some of the, in Southern Maine, we go, oh no, we don't have a problem. We're importing cats. Well, they're importing cats from out of state in Southern Maine, and they're importing cats from Northern Maine, and down East Maine. But the areas that we deal with, Aroostook County, Washington County and in the western part of the state, it's desperate there. There are colonies of ferals on people's farms and people under people's trailers. There are hoarding situations. We need to have this program run well so we can get to those. I don't care if we do any in Cumberland or York County anymore. Cut them off. They've got spay-neuter clinics at the two big shelters. But these little places up in Fort Kent and up in Caribou and Holton, they don't have big, huge, well-funded shelters. We need a well-run program. And issuing vouchers is not rocket science. Issuing vouchers and paying people on a timely basis. That's a big reason some of the vets dropped out. And I talked to two yesterday. I said, so are you getting paid on a regular schedule now? And they said, it's still a mess. These are the two, Dr. Sperry, who has something she wants me to read. Dr. Sperry and Dr. Stone both told me that no, they're not getting paid in a timely fashion. And then the way they're paid is making far more paperwork for them. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm ranting, but maybe I am.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just quickly, Susan, identify the funding sources for this. I heard license plate. I heard something else. What
Tax
are the
checkoff.
funding for this balance of the money you have, the funding sources?
The tax checkoff, the feed distributor fee, and the license plates, and a few donations here and there, but those are the three major. Am I forgetting anything, Sharon? I think that's it.
Thank you.
So there's no tax money that's going into it. No income tax.
Representative Underwood. You're muted, Representative.
One question for Mrs. Hall basically is, what is her opinion of euthanizing some of these feral cats?
Ooh, that is sometimes I think there are fates worse than death, but I think that in today's world, you can't even bring that up. Don't even go there. You'll get hate mail. I don't agree with it, but if you've got a feral cat outside that is ill and it doesn't have a good warm place to go under a barn or in like bait barrels like we've set up down east, then I think that would be an option. But mass euthanization doesn't work. What happens is you just get more cats dropped off and you have another colony. What's best is to do like what we've done in Machias. We've done several clinics in Machias where they were on Water Street. There were huge feral cat colonies, and there are hardly any there now. It's all stabilized and they're getting old and kind of dying out. But a few are added here and there, but we fix those before it turns into a huge colony again. I don't know if I answered your question, but I hope I did.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Norma Milton. Norma, can you hear me? Cheryl, would you all, are you there, Norma?
I'm there. I'm here.
Okay. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And before I even get started, I would like to ask Representative Underwood if perhaps he can give me a time to go over the feral colony. The largest colony that as a volunteer, we're all volunteers up here in Caribou, that I've worked with and taken care of is 128 in one colony. It's a problem. We're more than just desperate here in Caribou or Aroostook County. We have not had any reasonable help from the state Help Fix Me program. I'd like you to know that, first of all, as a volunteer, I started the Halfway Home Pet Rescue. It's executive secretary, director, volunteer for the past 11 years. Before that, a volunteer for the Caribou Pet Rescue for 4 years, a licensed pet board and kennel for over 30 years. I think you put my electric in, Mr. Underwood. And I also have worked for abandoned, abused animals for over 50 years. I'm 78 years old, so I've been a busy girl. I really would like to speak with you, and the fact that I have been on the front line, I've worked with Help Fix Me. I've not found any satisfaction. I might just as well be speaking to the back of the barn, to the manure pile, because that's about all I get for some response. The Help Fix Me program just doesn't work up here. There have been some small improvements in the last 6 months, but basically in the last 14 to 18 years, I can say we've had no service at all. Part of it is because some of the vets up here, most all of them, have had to wait 10 months to a year to get paid for doing work that they were going to be underpaid for when they finally got that check. This answer has come directly to me from area vets. They were just fed up. They couldn't afford to run their business if they could not get paid. People have told me, as far as the general public, people who qualify, this is very low income, who qualify for a voucher, they say that if they finally get a voucher after months of trying to get one, then they can't find a vet in Aroostook County. There is no vets that will take vouchers from the state of Maine. You could not run a business if you didn't pay your bills. How long would you last? You can't give the service if you don't get fairly paid. The thing is too, these people tell me that when they call and want their $10 back for a cat neuter, that they never see it again. So what happens to that? People get very discouraged. It became a laughing matter in Aroostook County. The next thing I'd like to tell you about with the Help Fix Me is that people said they couldn't get through. They always get an answering machine. They can't get any response. You can't do a business that way. Some of these people are so low income. Some of them are very, very elderly, and they don't know how to use a computer or don't have a computer, but they're on extremely low incomes. I have people come to me for help that have had to drive 30 to 40 miles to get help, halfway home pet rescues help. Like I said, we're all volunteers. There's 34 of us that have been trying to pick up this lack of service for the past 18, 20 years. I have to tell you that if they can't get to us, their next choice is to get a library, to a library, which they might be 12, 15 miles from. And then when they get there, they have to hope there's a librarian on staff that has the time to help them go in and work with the program.
Can you finish up in 2 or 3 sentences, please?
Pardon?
Could you finish up in 2 or 3 sentences, please?
Hoarders. I work with hoarders a whole lot. I've developed a program. I go in as their best friend and I go out the door as their worst enemy. That needs to be addressed. I've gone into barns and said, I've got 2 farmers that I would love to have speak to you, where I've gone in and said, how many feral cats do you have? And we've cleaned their barn, 25 cats. They take them back. These are good people. They just can't afford to have 100 cats in their barn, and it's not their fault. They didn't ask for them. But their other choice, if they don't go through us, is to take a gun and go out there and shoot all the adults and put the babies, the kittens, in a pail and take them down to the river. And I've seen that happen. My own father did that. So I'm talking back 75 years ago. End of story, Senator. You've
Thank
got
you.
your few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Milton? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Esther Melcher. You're on mute. Esther, you're muted.
Does that work now?
Yes.
I'll keep this very short. I had some testimony too. It's submitted, so you can read it if you want to. But I've been doing this work with spay neuter for 30 years. I call it public health for pets because unwanted litters are just that, and they cause a lot of problems. This has come up here with rabies and all the other issues. I just say, if I say nothing else, I want to say, please pass this bill. Please allow some other organization to run this program, which has been in such a mess for 10 years now. I was one of the people who started promoting statewide subsidy programs, publicly funded. And it's true, Maine was one of the first ones, but I tell you now, it's one of the worst ones. And nobody's copying us anymore. We've learned some terrible lessons from what we've seen. And the answer is not going to be to just talk about it again with the AWAC group or, push the problem further down the road. It's been going on for a decade now. When Norma Worley was running it, it was fine. But there's been a lot of changes now. There's new techniques for spay neuter that are much simpler and much quicker that make it less expensive for vets to do this if they're trained. The lack of transparency has been terrible, and we cannot find any information from the department. Other states have clear statistics, and it's open, and the technology is used to let people see where the money's going. We don't see that here. We have how else to swipe it, and meanwhile, small nonprofits are doing bake sales to raise the money for spay neuter. That's wrong, and this state is running this program, and I think it's time that it gets moved. That's what this law is about. Let it get moved to a place where the people really care about it, where they understand the issue, they understand what some of the other alternatives for moving forward into the 21st century are. We don't need to sit here and wring our hands and wonder how much money is in the pot and how there's going to be a flood of money and then not enough money. That's all way back. There's no reason for people to be talking this way, using this as an excuse not to do the work. There's other states where the work's getting done, and I will put myself at your disposal. I work for free in this area. I'll be glad to share with you what's happening in West Virginia and a number of other states. New Hampshire, for example, these have very well-run state programs, but this one has not been well-run for a decade, and it's time for a change. Thank you very much, committee. I know you must be very tired by now. We appreciate your letting us speak, and I hope you'll come to us for any help you need in bringing this program into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Cobb. You're on mute. You're on mute, sir.
How's that?
That's good. Sorry, Jean
Okay.
Cobb. Yeah.
And it's Mrs. Cobb, it's Miss Cobb. It's not, I'm not a man. My name is Jean Cobb. I have been in animal rescue all my adult life, starting in Southern Maine. I was part of doing it on my own. Then I went to Friends of Feral Felines. And now I'm a board member for Paws Animal Welfare in Fort Kent. And I can testify to everything everyone else has said about the fact that rural areas do not get the support they need. They do not have clinics. They do rely upon, we have to be self-sufficient on getting cats done. It was a wonderful program that Sharon and Susan started, and it was a godsend. And in the beginning years, we used it a lot, but it has just not worked since then. We don't refer people to it. We have partners, we get grants. We do all sorts of things to have the money to spay and neuter for low-income people. And it's just not realistic to assume somebody for number one, this low income, or even anybody that is going to have to struggle and struggle and struggle to get a hold of the application, and then have to wait and wait and wait. I mean, it would be great if it were a perfect world and everybody thought ahead. Everybody made sure that they spayed and neutered their cat before they could have kittens. They don't. And they don't want to invest a lot of time and money in anything other than and that type of thing. They want to spend the time and money elsewhere. So it's too bad that I have, with all due respect to Liam and his crew, I think they try. I do think that the program needs to be with somebody that can focus on that. Liam himself said, we can't do this more efficiently on the phone because we've got a lot of other things we're doing. It needs to be moved to somebody that can.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Cobb? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Katie Lisnick.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hi. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and esteemed members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Katie Lisnick, and I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 1828 regarding the Help Fix Me program. I am the executive director of the Greater Androscoggin Humane Society in Lewiston. I also serve as a board member for the Maine Federation of Humane Societies. On behalf of that board, I am speaking today, and also am the licensed animal shelter representative for the Animal Welfare Advisory Council, just recently elected to that body, and happy that it will be able to get back to the work that it desperately needs to do. This is a strange position for the Maine Federation of Humane Societies to be in. In theory, we are very much in support of exploring having this program go out to bid and possibly be run by an outside entity. We know and acknowledge that the program has made some strides in the past 6 months, and certainly hope that those continue and that further ones are implemented. And we very much appreciate Senator Breen's assistance and championship of this issue and bringing this bill forward. It is a very important issue, as you have heard from everyone here, and the Humane Societies on the board of Maine Fed certainly agree. The reason we're testifying neither for nor against is the actual language of this bill. We feel it is very risky to force the program out of the department without a backup option, that the program could go back to the state if need be. We're speaking from experience with shelters in the state of Vermont. I lived in Vermont for 4 years and have firsthand knowledge of the fact that their program is required to go out to bid. Only one entity ever bids on it, and they do not run it well. So I fear that, and we fear that we could run into the exact same situation here, with it being forced out of the state's hands and into the hands of an entity who perhaps even runs it more poorly, or who knows. We feel instead that a resolve tasking the department with conducting a much more thorough stakeholder review of the program, to include buy-in from the animal shelters who do have capacity to help support this program, rescues, TNR groups, and most importantly, the clients themselves, and to really thoroughly learn how to better implement the program and explore how a competitive bid process would work and what entities may possibly be interested in taking that on. Then we would feel much more comfortable about having this removed and put into the hands of a private entity, or perhaps at that time, the department themselves would recognize that this could be a viable and very helpful option for them. We are doing spay neuter all over the state. Shelters certainly are part of this mix, and we very much appreciate you all taking this on and looking into this, and certainly can answer any questions that you may have or can be available during the work session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, I have 2 more, but I don't, oops, there's Janelle. Yep. Janelle Terrell.
Hi, it's actually Terrell. It doesn't rhyme with my first name, but don't worry, everybody gets it wrong. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the committee. Let me start my video so you can see me. Can you see me now?
Yes.
I am Janelle Terrell. I'm a veterinarian, and I'm the chair of the Legislative Committee of the Maine Veterinary Medical Association. I'm an equine vet, so the spay-neuter program is not something that I work with on a daily basis, but I'm also a former member of AWAC, so I'm very familiar with the program and the pitfalls and the achievements that it has seen over the years. I have testimony from my colleague, Dr. Bisol, who is a small animal veterinarian in Skowhegan, that I would like to read at this time. The MVMA is testifying neither for nor against LD 1828, and we feel this is appropriate as it will not directly impact veterinarians, and our membership has a wide variety of opinions on the proposed amendment. We have some points we wish to express and some concerns we think should be considered if this bill moves forward. There are pros and cons to any decision, and this is not an exception. First, I will discuss the positives and negatives of the current program and management. Then I will discuss the pros and cons of the bill amendment as proposed. The Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry has worked extensively with our association and veterinarians over the years to discuss the Help Fix Me program and to attempt to address any concerns. In fact, Mr. Hughes attends the majority of our board meetings, and we discuss this program at each one. We have offered and discussed many potentials for improvement, and many have been implemented. We fully believe the department recognizes the program management is not perfect, and that they are seeking ways to make it more efficient and to encourage more veterinarians to participate. The proponents of the bill have not attended any of our board meetings, nor have they approached the organized veterinary community with their concerns. It is difficult to know if inefficiencies come from lack of staff availability to administer the growing fund, or if it is from the lack of veterinary involvement in the program. Veterinarians have continued to decrease acceptance of these vouchers in their private practices. There are many reasons for this. One reason is the fact that we are overrun with demand from our normal client load and do not have the room to take on additional clients. Further, examinations of any program that include the last 2 years are bound to look unusual. This goes for veterinary practice as well as state administered programs. My clinic, the Animal Medical Clinic in Skowhegan, has consistently taken many of these vouchers each year for many years. In our location, it is vital to our local community that we continue to participate in this program. We have consistently been appreciative of how the program is currently managed. The client does not need to bring any funds to the practice on the day of surgery unless they want something additional to the procedure and vaccines. There are inefficiencies in application review and getting vouchers out to pet owners in a reasonable amount of time. If there is any way to increase available staff time to administer this program at the department, this may be the best way to go. Overall, as a participating practice, I will now move on to discussing some pros and cons of LD 1828. My primary concern is that we are making a potentially very large decision for a group of underprivileged and often significantly disadvantaged individuals. Proof of receipt of state aid must be reviewed in order to obtain a voucher. I have concerns about this information being viewed by a private party. What type of liability insurance will they carry? How will they protect this information? How will they document it? The other concern I have is that the tax on pet food, which is the largest funding source for Help Fix Me, has been targeted often over the years by the pet food companies. I am concerned that if this bill passes, it will renew the food companies' arguments against the tax due to concerns over the tax fund not being managed by a government department. However, there could be some pros to LD 1828. If the fund is not being used to its potential, there is a chance it could be managed differently by another organization. We lose money every time we do one of these procedures. However, this program is absolutely vital to our local communities. Whatever decision is made today, we hope the primary reason behind the decision is to ensure that the program will continue to make it easy for individuals to spay and neuter their cats and dogs. We would be happy to provide any additional information, and I'm certainly happy to answer questions now.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Can I add just one more thing?
Sure.
One of the things that wasn't addressed in the testimony that has become an issue is she addressed a little bit how she loses money on each of these vouchers, but there's also many veterinarians, I included, do things because it's the right thing to do for the animal community. And losing money on these vouchers for a lot of my colleagues is the right thing to do for the animal community. However, if we are not able to practice to a standard of care, we jeopardize our own licensure. And that's a broader concern in the veterinary community. When we look at what we can provide and what is covered versus what we are expected to do as a standard of care, those two things don't match up. And that, I think that's probably the largest reason why many veterinarians are no longer taking the vouchers.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Terrell. I live in a very rural area, as a lot of people in the state of Maine, and I know that's a problem. We have horses, and getting vet service is not an easy thing in a rural area, and underpopulated area on top of that. Can you think of anything that would help out in rural areas with regard to this kind of program that would make it so that that we could perhaps get the same services in a sense without enough vets to make the program successful? I mean, this is a terrible dilemma.
I think that goes far beyond what we could do in the spay neuter bill. And I know that there are other bills that you guys are going to be looking at having to do with retaining veterinary talent in the state. And our organization is very interested in talking about that. I can speak to my own experience. I live in a rural area. I serve many, many rural areas. I'm an ambulatory vet. But I also know that I am constrained by my own finances as to what sort of services I can offer. In other words, I don't do any food animal because I can't afford to make my student loan payments if I do food animal medicine as opposed to equine medicine. So, that's a really broad question, and it's one that keeps us up at night. I imagine we'll have many longer conversations about it with the other bill.
Right, we'll get at it down the road. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Cheryl, is there anyone else left to testify? You're muted, so I can't hear what you're saying.
You're lucky. There is not that I know of.
Okay. With that, I will close the hearing on LD 1828. And thanks everyone for their testimony.
Sorry.
Okay, Karen, anything for us today?
Not really. Thursday, we meet at 9 again, briefing from Commissioner Beal, and I know that she will have some bureau directors with her, so it's not just the commissioner who will be speaking. And I guess I don't see Representative O'Neill still with us, but just a reminder, chairs and leads meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Okay.
And I did send the link out.
Yeah,
Yes.
And next week, don't forget, we go to 11 a.m. start time. So the rest of the committee meetings will be at 11 a.m., I do believe. Anything else, Cheryl, from you?
Nope. Nope.
Okay. Thank you all. We will see you later.
Bye. Have a great day.
See you guys.
Bye. Want some help, Representative Landry? Oh,